Okay, hi everyone. Welcome to the Open Science Symposium hosted by Carnegie Mellon University Libraries. Thank you so much for joining. My name is Melanie Gainey. I am a STEM librarian and director of our Open Science program. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about our event today. This is our fifth Open Science Symposium. The event started in 2018 and we've held it roughly every other year. The event is a series of invited talks with panel discussions addressing opportunities and challenges of practicing open research. And we truly mean open research and not just focused on the sciences. So the event is quite interdisciplinary. We have talks from folks working in neuroscience, philosophy, chemistry, public policy, and more. And coming from academia, funders, publishers, and nonprofits. I know in our audience today, we also have people coming from a lot of different backgrounds. We have a lot of library professionals in our audience, as well as researchers in different fields. We also have folks in these nonprofits who are helping to support open science. So thank you so much for joining us. This event is part of a larger initiative we have at Carnegie Mellon University Libraries called Open at CMU, which is the umbrella under which we are helping to help people make their research open across all these different facets and disciplines. So we do this in a number of ways, including consultations, workshops, and other types of instruction, um, financial support, collaborative events like hackathons, and then events that bring together our communities, like the symposium today. So I just want to tell you a little bit about how this symposium will work today. We have four sessions with the following themes. And in each session, basically, we'll have three speakers give a short talk of roughly 12 minutes. And then there's time for one or two questions for each speaker. And then after all three talks, we'll bring them on screen together to do a group Q&A. So session one is really about rethinking open access publishing. We have three speakers from PLOS, eLife, and bioRxiv, all of whom have spoken, these organizations have all spoken at past symposium for us. And so they're all really, I think pushing the boundaries of what's possible with open access publishing. We're continuously interested in what they're doing. And I think in particular with PLOS and eLife, thinking about what this was possible for this for high impact journals and really looking forward to hearing what they're working on. Session two is focused on AI for open science. I know a topic that we've all been following closely for the last couple of years. And we'll look at this both from lenses of what are the impacts of AI on open science, but also how do people share their AI research. Then we'll have a panel that is a new part of the program, and this is focusing on the work of early career researchers. And we have a graduate student and a postdoc who are doing really impressive work in making their research open, as well as advocating for open science, and we're really excited to hear their perspectives. Session three is about rethinking research evaluation, and I think this topic has come up in really all of our past symposia, and it's, I think acknowledge that it's really difficult to move the needle on open science without thinking about the evaluation piece and how these evaluation processes that we've had in place for such a long time really do need to be you know, reconsidered to accommodate open science practices. Um, and then session four is open data. We'll be talking about data rescue, which I know is a big topic of conversation over the last 9 months, as well as how we form communities around open science and open data. So the way this talk will work is that on Zoom, we will have short talks and panel discussions. And you can ask questions with the Q&A feature. All questions will come in that way. You can upvote questions. And again, after each talk, there'll be time to ask one or two questions. But if you have questions that you'd like to hear the perspective of more than one of our speakers, then you can wait to ask those during the group Q&A. We'll be using community notes as our interactive document. So that will be shared in the chat, and you can find all logistics info in that document. You can also use it to put comments, discussion points, and links to resources there as well. And in the logistics info of that document, you can also find a link to our newsletter. And that is probably the easiest way to learn about what we are working on at Open at CMU, and about future events such as this one. We ask that everyone please be respectful on all platforms. This is the link that shares how to report any code of conduct violations. So again, keeping it respectful in the Q&A as well as in the community notes. I want to say a thank you to our sponsors, with generous support from Protocols.io, SysReb, Digital Science, and CMU Libraries. Our fall programming, Open Science programming was possible, and so we thank them. And also thank you to our organizing committee. These are my colleagues at CMU Libraries who have organized not just this event, but also the in-person Open Science Conference we held on campus last month. And so some of these folks you'll see on screen today as moderators, and some are helping us make sure things are working smoothly behind the scenes. So huge thank you to all of them. And also a thank you to our Dean of University Libraries, Keith Webster. He is a longstanding champion of open science, as well as our work to support it here at Carnegie Mellon. Okay, so with that, we're going to get started with our actual program. And our first session is again about publishing. And we'll stop sharing my screen here. Okay. And I think a panelist will be joining me on stage. Great. Okay, so our first speaker is Fiona Hudden. Fiona is the head of publishing at eLife. And you can go ahead and share your screen, share your slides, Fiona.
Great. Hold on. Hopefully you can see them. Yep.
Yep.
Okay, great. All right. Thanks, everyone.
We're actually seeing, I don't think you're in presenter mode, maybe.
Okay.
Seeing a little bit of your browser as well, but.
Okay. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm seeing your full slide.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, great. All right then. Okay, thanks for inviting me to this wonderful open science meeting. I'm really looking forward to some really interesting conversations and learning more from the other speakers. So my name is Fiona Hutton. I'm the head of publishing at eLife. And so today I'm going to talk to you about the Publish, Review, Curate, which is the PRC model of publishing, which is a publishing model that's been adopted by eLife. And I want to talk about why that model is a better model for open science and the values that we say we care about as a community. All right. So for those that are not familiar with eLife, we were established in 2012. We're an independent, not-for-profit. We were established by a number of funders, HHMI, the Wellcome Trust, and Max Planck. We now have funding from Wallenberg as well. And essentially, we've been tasked by our funders to change scientific publishing. And this was kind of the core reason for eLife at the start, to create an open access journal in the life sciences that was a high quality publication, directed and driven by the community of scientists that were part of the life science community. So essentially, we have three different types of things that we do. We publish review preprints, which I'll tell you about in accordance with the PRC model that I'm going to talk about. But we also develop open source technology and platforms, and that's to support the review organization and dissemination of research. So encouraging other people to participate in the same system. And we also promote openness, integrity, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And we do that through a lot of community groups. We have a group of early career researchers. We have a Global South committee. We have Open Science ambassadors. And we kind of educate them. They can take what they've learned back to their institutions. They sit on many of our committees. They sit on our governance committee, the early career researchers, and feed into our organization and what we're doing. So we're not sort of isolated away from the community. We're very much part of the scientific community. So what is publish, review, curate? So essentially it's a model that breaks down the process of publishing into distinct parts. So the first part of that is publish the article. And what we mean by that is publish an unreviewed article on a preprint server or an open access repository. Has to, of course, be discoverable. It has to have DOIs, be interoperable. Or it can be, it can be an article or a range of outputs such as data, code, protocols, etc. Once it's published, then there's a review process that can happen. This can happen in a decentralized way, or it can happen in close proximity to the process. But essentially, the review is a standalone contribution, and it can be associated with the article or the artifact through relational metadata. But it can be done by many different groups. And then the curation is, this can take many forms under the PRC model, and that can be evaluation. At eLife, we do an evaluation through an eLife assessment, but other organizations do it slightly differently, whether it's through acceptance and they do it into a journal. We've decided not to go down that route, but others do. So this is an outline of the eLife model. So just to go through it in detail so that you can see how it differs from the normal sort of accept, reject model that normal publishers have, i.e. you send an article to a journal, it goes through a kind of opaque process and then it's suddenly published. So what we're doing is really opening up that process in a very transparent, accountable way. So an article is submitted. It has to be a preprint. There's a decision, a consultative decision by our academic editors, who's active scientists, a decision to review that article. If the article is sent to review, there's a peer review and consultation process that happens between our editors and our reviewers, and we produce an eLife assessment. Now, the eLife assessment talks about the significance of the findings and the strength of the evidence of that piece of work. So it's a article level assessment. And then the authors get a chance to respond to those reviews. So all of that is published as a reviewed preprint. So it's the manuscript, the assessment, and the public reviews. And this output can be used in its entirety on its own. Some funders, some institutions are happy that that output can be used as part of research assessment. A number of funders and institutions have stated that publicly. But that output really is it's indexed in Google Scholar and OpenAlex. It's got rich metadata. It's got DOI. It's CC BY. We archive it in clocks. At that point, remember this is a reviewed preprint, so the authors have agency. They can decide what they want to do with their manuscript next. So they can go through a revision process. They might want an updated peer reviews, an updated assessment, depending on what the reviewers have said or what they feel about the assessment. Or they can, it's still a preprint. It's a reviewed preprint, but it's still a preprint. They can send it to another journal. They might decide that, they didn't like our process for whatever reason. Remember, though, that the reviewed preprint is there in perpetuity. It's archived in clocks. It's, available on all of these indexes. But the authors also can choose, actually, that's the end of the process. They decide what the end of the process is, and then they can publish that as a version of record. And that can get indexed in um, other places such as PubMed. So they actually require a version of record to index. So that's the difference, and that's why we go to a VOR, because some of the structures and systems are still in place that it's necessary to do that, especially for our audience who's interested in obviously their article being in PubMed. So just a summary of that. It's preprint first. If we send it to review, it'll be published as a review preprint. There's public peer reviews, e-life assessment, and author response. The reader can see what's happened to the article. They know who said what, why they said it. The authors can respond. Importantly, what we're not doing is having a binary accept reject decision. What we're doing is reviewing preprints. So whatever that assessment looks like, whether it's really positive or really negative in a particular article, what we're doing is reviewing content that's already been published. And I think that's a very clear distinction from the sort of normal publishing process where an article is only published if it's accepted into a journal. And most importantly, all of this, the authors can retain control of what happens to their article. So what do these e-life assessments look like? We have a common vocabulary where we look at the articles on two different axes. One is the significance of findings, and one of this is the strength of the evidence. So each of the terms, or each of these columns, get a term within the e-life assessment. So for example, an article might be landmark, and it has exceptional strength of evidence. So it's obviously a whole combination of these different ones. So this is what a reviewed preprint looks like. This is version 3, which was published yesterday. So you can see that the e-life assessment sits above the abstract. And what we do is, this is a bit clearer. You can see it in this one. In the e-life assessment, we bold the statements in terms of this is a fundamental article and it provides compelling evidence. And below that, we have a sort of key to say what those terms actually mean. So why is this model better for open science? So um, this this is not just preprint content, this is peer-reviewed and assessed research published content. And it's an output that a researcher can use for their own career progression, for indicating what they're doing. And that can happen well, it does happen within 3 months. So it takes a week or so to decide whether it's sent to review, a month or two for the review process. The authors get to respond and then we publish it. So it's a really quick turnaround in terms of, yes, this is a preprint, but now it's being reviewed and assessed preprint. Our process is all about constructive peer review. It's not a hurdle or something that the authors have to get over because there is no accept reject. It becomes about a discourse and conversation about what the content is. It's not about clearing a loop in order to get published. So we think that's actually much better for science. It gives the author control. It stops that regurgitation and re-review of the same article in different journals with the same problems. Normally, an article gets sent to a journal, it gets rejected. We don't know what those reviewers thought about the article. What we are doing is exposing all the reviews of any articles that get reviewed. So if that article has problems, someone in it, and say they decide to go to a different journal, the reviewers, the editors can see that actually it's been peer reviewed and this is what those reviewers and those editors thought about the article. And then importantly, these are really sort of nuanced assessments. They're it's based on article level assessment of the science itself. It's all about what's published, not where it's published. So it brings back the focus onto the science and onto the research itself. But most importantly, what do our authors think about this process? So our authors were given a chance to choose what they thought were the key benefits of this new model. We gave them a number of options, and essentially they went for, it's greater transparency through the process. There's less waste and rounds of revisions, because obviously, the same editors and reviewers are not being used by multiple journals. It's a one-step process. And obviously that accelerated publication of reviewed research, I think they probably mean, because obviously it's already published as a preprint. So I just wanted to say that this is just part of a whole movement for change. There's many review initiatives that exist. I've put some of them here, but I think there's over sort of 35 now that are looking at reviewing preprints in a decentralized model. And this kind of takes advantage of the fact that the preprints are open source infrastructures and they can be leveraged in many different ways. So all of these different organizations, some are more journal-like, some are less journal-like, but they're really commenting independently on articles. So if it's a community, for example, that are really interested in a particular subject area, they can go in and review these articles, and that can be associated with the preprint. So what I wanted to outline here was that the eLife model, what we're doing is an example of a pathway towards a much healthier research ecosystem. We were wanting to take advantage of preprints and the proliferation of preprints, especially, in the life and medical sciences. And it's very transparent. We know what's happened. It stops a lot of waste in the system, and it's really much more aligned with the values that we say that we care about. Right, I shall leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Fiona. So we have time for probably a question. So if anybody has a question that is specific to Fiona's talk, you could ask that now in the Q&A. Again, if you have questions that you think our other panelists might be able to speak to as well, then you might want to hold that to the group Q&A at the end. So let me just give that a moment for people to type. Okay. Well, if you have a question for Fiona, you do have another chance to ask a question. So, and I have a question, but I'll actually hold it to the group Q&A as well. Okay, thank you so much, Fiona. And then our next speaker will be coming on screen. Hi, Ian. Okay, our next speaker is Ian Hernashkovich, Director of Open Research Solutions at PLOS. I apologize, I'm sure I said your name incorrectly, even though I tried to write it out phonetically. So please feel free to introduce yourself as well.
Absolutely fine. I answered to lots of things. Thank you for the introduction. I'm going to share my slides and make them presenter mode. Perhaps you can let me know that you can see that well.
Yep, looks great. Thank you.
Excellent. So hello again. I'm Ian from PLOS. I'm going to be talking largely about things that I suppose are a bit more conceptual and sort of ideas that are developing, which might be an interesting counterpoint to some of the data and the experiences that Fiona's been talking about. I'm going to talk also, or firstly, about systemic obstacles that we see to accelerating the adoption of more open science publishing and open science practices, and talk about some ideas that we've been working on and collaborating quite widely on with different stakeholders at PLOS in the last year or so. We're trying to come up with a plan that could support more rapid progress towards making open science universal and universally accessible. but I will just take a moment briefly to remind us that, of course, open science, as I'm sure many of us know, is a means rather than an end. It's a means to making science, making research better, whether better in your context is more reliable, more rigorous, more efficient, or whether better is that it's more inclusive, that it's fairer or accessible, or whether it's more impactful, or whether better science is perhaps all of the above and possibly more. But I think the words of Director General of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, Audrey Azoulay, can say it much better than I think I can. In summary, open science is the science we need for the future that we want. So what are some of the things that are preventing us from achieving this vision, at least from a publishing perspective, or those that publishers perhaps have some opportunity to influence? Two systemic obstacles to faster and wider adoption of open science that we know about, that we hear about from funders, libraries, researchers, and institutional leadership are first the centricity of the journal article in academic recognition and reward systems, along with the attention to journal prestige and journal brand, resulting in other essential contributions to the outcomes and outputs of science, such as research data, code, methods, and other things being under-recognized, under-rewarded. And this focus on articles and journals as the coin of the realm, if you like, creates perverse incentives that discourage research transparency and rigor and ignore important contributions to the scientific enterprise. The second systemic obstacle, as well as many journals being exclusive clubs in terms of what content they accept, the business models of publishing, including the article processing charge, which of course PLOS helped to pioneer, are exclusive or rather exclusionary. Not only do author-facing fees to publish and read content create barriers to knowledge creation and sharing, they also reinforce the article as the unit of value and cost for how we think about publishing services. So at PLOS, we consider ourselves to be not just an open access publisher, but an open science publisher, so doing things to go beyond providing open access to the journal articles. And we've been trying to make progress on these systemic problems in incremental ways, in different ways for years, but more recently see a need for a more radical shift in how we do things in the coming years. And as context, quite a lot of the points that I'm conveying are also available in this recently published article from my colleagues that you can get via the QR code. Now, I don't want to give you a history of PLOS, but just to summarize where we are, what's the current state, and our trajectory, and some of the changes we envisage in the future. So we're not a small publisher by any means, but we're certainly not huge either. So we publish around 20,000 open access research articles a year across multiple disciplines, from social sciences through to physical sciences across all geographies. We've been launching new journals again, including this week, and now published 16 of them, and have been targeting some of those new journals in areas such as global public health, mental health, and climate, where the research communities have told us that open science policies and publishing would really make a difference to the work being done in those communities. We, like other publishers, have recruited diverse editorial boards. We're expanding our global footprint. And as a result, we see both opportunities and challenges around wider, faster adoption of open science. There's a really wide range of readiness and appetite for different aspects of open science with those diverse geographic communities and discipline communities. And we have been making progress through a variety of solutions over recent years in work that's particularly close to what I and my team are involved in. We, about 3 years ago, developed a way to actually monitor the adoption of different open science practices beyond the article, something that we call open science indicators. And these are showing us here on the right-hand side that things like data sharing, code sharing, these things are growing. and the rates tend to be higher in PLOS journals than elsewhere, but not always. But progress, as you can see, is slow and steady, and in some cases, such as pre-printing overall, seems to have plateaued. For most open science practices, you can see that they're still being practiced by the minority. And we see huge variation if we look at different geographies, disciplines, or journals. And each time we deploy something to promote open science, whether that's a policy, a workflow, a product, or a partnership, the relevant number tends to increase, but it's incremental at best. The most likely reason probably won't surprise anyone, or the one that we think is the most likely reason, is the systemic challenge to open science, in that they're not open science practices not being recognized and rewarded in the academic incentive system. We could have the best publishing platform for open science, but researchers are still, if they're not recognized for those open science practices, then adoption may not be rapid. So we as publishers can't solve this problem alone, of course, but it doesn't mean that we can't try to help to do something about it. So publishers tend to be seen as part of the problem when it comes to academic recognition and reward systems or research assessment. But we think that open science publishers in particular can be part of the solution. Or as Ludo Waltman from CWTS Leiden said recently, better than I could, that publishing reform and reform of research assessment should go hand in hand. So to address these two important problems, so the dominance of the journal article and the dominance of business models that exclude many researchers from participating in research sharing in the same way as well-resourced institutes, we think, broadly speaking, we should try to do two things. Firstly, that's to go beyond the article in what is published and recognized. And secondly, is to go beyond the article processing charge, or APC, and how the costs of publishing are distributed. And thanks to generous support from the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation and the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, we've been able to accelerate some work to try to come up with solutions that might address these challenges through something called the Redefining Publishing Initiative. So PLOS has sought to demonstrate the possibility of new ways of doing things before, not always succeeding, but sharing what we learn along the way. So, for example, we pioneered what's now known as the mega journal model with PLOS One. We were the first to introduce a data sharing policy across an entire multidisciplinary journal portfolio. And building on that history of taking risks and showing that change is possible, with the Redefining Publishing Initiative, which is also coined a research and design project because we're not actually building anything yet. It has three main components. So one is to design new publishing capabilities that elevate the visibility and recognition for non-article outputs. Two, it's to design a new business model that focuses on service provision rather than article acceptances. And three, to have a very intentional global program of stakeholder engagement to gather insights and identify opportunities for collaboration with things that are already happening, of course, in the sector. And all these three elements we think are needed and need to work in harmony to help to achieve that systemic change that we think is necessary. And we could have the best publishing platform or the most innovative business model, but if what we are doing as a publisher does not align with current priorities and future changes that may be happening in academic policies and culture, then it's not going to be successful. So a little bit more detail on each of those three elements in the time that I have left. What do we mean by new publishing capabilities? I can't show you something very, very rich at this point, but acknowledging that we're still in an iterative design process. I want to be clear that we're not seeking to eliminate articles, but rather rebalance the publishing process to provide equal visibility and credibility for multiple research outputs. And this is centered on a concept that we've been dubbing the knowledge stack. And we see this as an opportunity to organize research outputs associated with a particular study, including various outputs such as research data, code, protocols, peer reviews, articles, and their associated versions, which could include preprints. And this approach is informed by an ongoing iterative design and testing process. We've got a panel of more than 2,500 researchers that have volunteered to take part in interviews and do testing and run surveys. In terms of going beyond the APC, this is informed by large-scale economic analysis of funding flows and its distribution, and developing a business model based on principles and objectives. And I'll briefly summarize some of those principles and objectives here. So to move beyond the APC, we believe we need to consider publishing as a set of services to researchers, institutions, funders, and ultimately society. These include, but aren't limited to, assessment of content, its curation, organizing peer review, attribution, dissemination of research outputs along the research workflow. Where current business models are still based on accepted and published articles as the unit of cost, we're designing a model that aims to support the full range of outputs and services connected with open science, support research assessment reform by tracking and crediting a wider range of outputs and the individuals that are contributing to them, provide a fair, transparent service that is predictable for institutions and funders and which works across different regional and disciplinary contexts and the availability of funding in those contexts, and also something that aims to be backwards compatible with the current infrastructure, journals, and researcher workflow. I mean, like our work on the knowledge stack design, this is very much a consultative and iterative process with librarians, institutional leaders. We'll be able to show more detailed information on the outcomes of that next year. Sort of building on that consultative process, and as I signaled, community engagement is a thread that runs through this work in various forms. An example of this that we shared some insights from publicly a few weeks ago is some interviews conducted with funders and academic leaders in Asia, Europe, and North America on open science and research assessment reform. Some of this may be well known to some of you, but for example, what we heard is that while assessment reform is in its infancy in many parts of the world, stakeholders in Europe in particular described more progressive efforts to introduce policies with much work still to do on normalizing some of the practices associated with them. We heard that in Asia, however, reforms specifically for research assessment are at earlier stages, although open science policies for data sharing, article sharing are emerging. And as many of you in particular at this meeting may know or experience in the US, we've heard about a number of efforts to reform assessment, but relative to Europe, seeming more compartmentalized or happening at a more local level. I think this is my penultimate slide. So another substantial part of community engagement is in-person meetings as part of this project. So we've held 3 stakeholder and expert convenings on 3 different continents this year, focusing on either assessment reform, business models, and or the needs of stakeholders in low and middle income countries. So at each of these meetings, we've involved funders, institutional leaders, libraries, and researchers. And this photo is from the most recent of those meetings in Nairobi in September, where we discussed the needs of stakeholders in low and middle income countries and how those should inform the design of those publishing capabilities and business models with representatives from Africa and Latin America. We're planning a 4th meeting right now in the new year that's focused on infrastructure, so things like repositories, indexers, content enrichment tools, and identifiers, and thinking about how that rich existing ecosystem of open science infrastructure, how best to, or rather, how can the ideas that we're formulating, the designs that we're formulating, how should they best adapt to that existing ecosystem to create something that's interoperable and web scale. And this is my final slide. We know, you may know that the problems that we're trying to solve here are not new. They're entrenched, and that current and past efforts have tried and are trying to address them in different ways. And so we are trying to learn from those and collaborate with those initiatives and avoid reinventing wheels. And hence, sort of closing my talk to acknowledge that we're still accepting volunteers to join that user panel as researchers, and also requests for stakeholder discussions are still open as well, because success with this work is not going to be PLOS alone, coming up with selling a new business model or coming up with a new approach to its publishing platform, but rather demonstrating that these things are possible and sustainable, and seeing them hopefully adopted by others in their own context. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Ian. So we do have a question that came in, but I'm actually going to hold that for when you come back on screen in a little bit after Richard's talk. So we'll see Ian in just a little bit again. Thank you so much. So we'll just give Richard a moment to come on screen. And if anyone has sent a question in for Fiona and Ian, again, we will have a chance to ask them those questions after Richard's talk. Great. So our next speaker is Richard Sever, who actually spoke at our symposium in 2020. So it's great to have you back. Richard is the Chief Science and Strategy Officer at Open Archive, which is a nonprofit organization that manages the preprint servers bioRxiv and medRxiv, which Richard is also the co-founder of both of those preprint servers. So with that, I'll hand it over to you, Richard.
Thanks, Melanie. I assume you can hear me now.
Yes, I can hear you and see your slides.
Okay. Great. Okay, so let me just sort of start by saying preprints have been mentioned before. The premise of what I'm going to say is that preprints decouple dissemination from evaluation, and this is a good thing. So essentially, this slide explains why. The sort of gray boxes that illustrate what happens in traditional publication. Essentially, it's multiple rounds of rejection, revision, and resubmission before anybody can actually read the paper, and that takes months, and in some cases years. And so the premise for preprints is that you can disseminate this within hours or days, and then the work can immediately be read by experts in the field. And I think it's really important to put this in context and make clear that disseminating work that has not been peer-reviewed is not a recent development. The word peer review was only coined in the 1960s, and what we think of as peer review is really something that's only materialized over the past few decades. For the most of the history of publishing, there was sort of loose refereeing where people looked at papers just to check they weren't crazy, which is actually akin to what a lot of preprint servers do. So I think that's important context for what I'm going to go on to talk about. Plus the fact that there's a precedent for this. Archive has been sharing unreviewed work in computational science, physics, and math since 1991, and the sky hasn't fallen in, and physics and math still function. So I think it's important to have that context. And there now are more than 2 million preprints on Archive. So inspired by Archive, in 2013, we launched bioRxiv at Cold Spring Harbor Lab. So it's a entirely free non-profit service for sharing preprints in biology. And in 2025, we spun out Open Archive as an independent non-profit organization to steward the server, along with its sister server, medRxiv, which we launched in 2019. medRxiv is very similar to bioRxiv. The fundamental difference being that we have slightly enhanced screening. All the preprints are screened to check that they're not pseudoscience or there's nothing dangerous. And issues around clinical work are they give you more pause for concern. So a few more things are turned away because we have concerns about distributing things that might be wrong. And medRxiv joined bioRxiv under Open Archive in 2025. So this is what a preprint looks like. It would be familiar to most people here, but I just want to point out a few key aspects. There's version information, because preprints can be revised at any time. So there's a history of the article. So that's a fundamental difference from a journal. the date stamp, so that that's the author's priority signal, because the key thing about preprints is they put the author in control. And then readers can sign up for updates when the paper's revised, if it receives peer reviews, or if it's published. And that's indicated with a version of record link when that does occur. And then we have a dashboard on bioRxiv and medRxiv, which have links to automated evaluations, peer reviews from different sources, comments, various other forms of verification I'll talk about more later. So how are we doing after 12 years? We've got more than 1/3 of a million preprints across bioRxiv and medRxiv, a fairly consistent 30% of these are revised. 10 million people visit the site every month, and more than 80% of these papers go on to be published in journals. So we're really looking at the same universe of information. Why would we do that? Well, as I said, it's rapid transmission of results is the obvious one. It's a way of providing free open access, and authors can make their work immediately available to grant hiring and tenure committees, rather than waiting for a couple of years till it appears in a journal. And I think it's important that this decoupling of the dissemination of the work from its evaluation promotes evolution of publishing. So in terms of that speeding up science, rapid dissemination, hypothetical calculations a while ago suggested that you could speed up science 5-fold in 10 years if everybody posts preprints. And we actually think that that's now no longer a hypothetical. It was clear during the pandemic across bioRxiv and medRxiv, we had more than 30,000 COVID papers, all the way from the initial epidemiological observations to the structure and molecular biology of the virus, and mercifully the clinical trials showing that dexamethasone and other agents were effective treatments. And one medRxiv user pointed out that as a consequence of this, there are people alive today who never would have been, and that's thanks to preprints and early dissemination. So I think that should all give us pause and make us think that this is a good way to do things. As for access, this was an idea that myself, John Ingalls, and Mike Eisen pitched a number of years ago. Plan U, that the way to achieve immediate open access is to mandate that all grantees post preprints. It's interesting to see that this has now happened with Howard Hughes Medical Institute and the Gates Foundation. So there really is a way forward to universal open access through preprints. As I said, it's a real advantage for people's careers to be able to point to research they've done that's recent research. There are a lot of early career researchers now get jobs based on posting a preprint on bioRxiv, and they're already in their position by the time the work is published in a journal. And it's not just early career scientists, even senior scientists like HHMI investigators have pointed to preprints as the things that have been critical for their career, for example, renewal of HHMI investigator status. But as I said, stimulating evolution is another key aspect. So we want to promote discussion, discovery of preprints, and new ways of evaluating papers, as well as the ability to post research that journals have traditionally not been that interested in, such as studies of reproducibility. And we are seeing innovation in this space. I mean, Fiona mentioned what's happening at eLife. There are also portable peer review services like Review Commons and PCI that can only exist because the preprint is already on bioRxiv. There's highlighting services like Prelights and Pre-Review, which is a system for training young investigators in peer review, and then initiatives like Preprint Club and RRID from MIT that appeared during the pandemic, rapid mechanisms for peer reviewing information that has come out as a preprint. And you can do this using the web in a nice decoupled way. This is just an example of how our dashboard works. On the left, you see a preprint on bioRxiv. And then if you look at the peer reviews, up pops a peer review from eLife in a hypothesis annotation window. And the key thing here is the decoupling is preserved because that annotation window with the eLife assessment is entirely controlled by eLife. It's not part of bioRxiv. And one can extend this as we think about the importance of verification of scientific information beyond peer review. I think it's important we have more and more in this era that we have more and more trust signals around information. So for example, we've been working with SciScore to expose reagent and resource IDs within papers. So there, if you go to the automated services tab in bioRxiv, up pops a table with details of all the reagents. So that's another useful trust signal. Similarly, data. We now have a partnership with Dryad, the data repository, where if authors post a preprint on bioRxiv, then they can go to Dryad, deposit the relevant data. That is then curated by the Dryad curators. So that a reader on bioRxiv now knows that that data have actually been verified independently. So I think this is a nice way of thinking about what the ecosystem should look like in the future. And I think this kind of gets to some of the things the other speakers were talking about. And in our vision, we can create an open ecosystem in which a manuscript appears on a preprint server and it undergoes some basic checks, but then there's a downstream open ecosystem of evolving forms of evaluation. That may be a journal, it may be portable peer review services, it may be on and off-site commentary, services that verify pieces of information within that preprint, and so that you get a constellation downstream of different forms of verification that are not made at a single point in time. And critically, the preprint server does not prescribe the form of evaluation that subsequently occurs. I think we need to be cautious about this because there's an alternative future here, which is publisher silos, where preprint servers are hosted by commercial publishers, and they simply post the manuscript online and then undergo a process of deciding where in their journal stack to put it. And obviously that would preserve the hegemony of those publishers, and it would also preserve the journal name as being the primary means by which the importance of the work was judged. So I think we want to try and avoid that and try and stick with this open ecosystem idea. The other thing about that idea is it gets to what we can think about articles in the future. And as the other speakers said, I think we do need to get away from the fact that the article is the be all and end all. And so I personally think when we think about articles in the future, there's often a tendency to think of them as these kind of all singing, all dancing new thing. But actually, really, it's just, it's one node in a network of research objects. So the way we like to think of this is that bioRxiv would host a preprint that would be linked out to data and dedicated repositories which have specific functionality appropriate to that data. You might have a pre-registration upstream at somewhere like Center for Open Science, and then a series of downstream events where ongoing evaluations are signaled around that article. It could be reviews at eLife, Review Commons, verification services like those provided by SciScore, and ultimately replication by somebody else, and citations. And in this way, we can get a kind of linked web objects that accumulate a cloud of evaluations over time. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Richard. So I'm having questions come in. I think probably what we'll do now is bring Fiona and Ian back on stage, and then I'll kick us off with a question for all of you, but I do have some questions coming in for some of the individual speakers as well. So yeah, in the audience, feel free to put your questions in the Q&A. Okay, so our first question is how do we encourage faculty evaluation to reconsider the journal article and journal impact factor and similar metrics as the gold standard? For example, we have one part of campus that has an acceptable journal list and another that rejects open access articles as counting as peer reviewed. It's a big question.
I mean,
Yeah,
I guess I
any
would
thoughts?
say that, well, I guess I'd say that point to other organizations that have done this. I mean, this is why I think actually the Howard Hughes Medical Institute is a very good example, because that is as an elite institution as you could imagine. You know, this is a bunch of people who for generations have churned out Cell, Nature, and Science papers, the real currency of academic evaluation. But now they do all their evaluations based on preprints. You know, their new policy is that this is how people will be assessed. So it can be done. So I think you can point to examples like that and point to the advantages of assessing things which don't have a journal badge on. So a number of institutes have pointed out that if you're hiring young faculty, if you wait for them to have a paper in Science and Nature, then it's an extremely competitive race to try and hire those people as faculty. Whereas if you can get them earlier, when they don't have that kind of science and nature badge, then you can get really, really good people. So, I mean, I think that would be my solution, is point to the fact that this can be done and there are huge advantages for the institution.
Yeah, my thoughts on this are that, we talk a lot to scientists, in particular universities that do have this problem, and we actually provide them with, narrative and helpful slides and presentations in terms of like going into the faculty, talking about it, having those conversations. I think it's really, it needs to come from a kind of grassroots level of the scientists within those particular institutes saying, actually, this is not the system that we want to be functioning in, and they want to have those conversations and persuade others. So I think it's agency within faculty to educate others and have those conversations and decide, actually, we're going to do it a different way. So I think everybody is responsible for taking that on.
I'll share a couple of thoughts. One, sort of give perhaps a research-based answer, just to kind of give some other views. So at PLOS we did some research trying to understand what is it that people making assessments of the quality of research or assessing candidates for hiring a promotion, like what is it they actually want to know? What is it they're trying to achieve from looking at a person's publication record or looking at their research outputs? And it was really interesting to learn that the things that are being used to judge impact are being used because there aren't any convenient alternatives. We're not yet providing easy ways to signal things that people would really rather know, like the appropriateness of the methods used, or whether the statistics were correct. So I think there are lots of opportunities that can give people better tools, better signals, better mental shortcuts to think about how we assess quality and impact, which I think can be driven and supported by more open and transparent science. But I think in part, it's because there are not enough widely available solutions to make judgments based on other criteria that's causing this issue as well.
Great, thank you. Our next question is, how would you advise medical societies, small or large, who have predicated their journal on traditional proprietary publishing models and are incentivized to maintain that by publishers? How can they viably make the transition to open science and open publishing?
I mean, it's a difficult question, isn't it? I mean, obviously, a lot of societies are set up in order to help their communities, but over time, what's happened is that they're making so much money out of publishing that they're really dependent on that income in order to survive, in order to sustain themselves. So it's a very difficult problem, because how do they get funding in order to help students or people within their society to do all the things that they want to do as a society without the huge publishing income? So I think that it's the way to do that is to sort of bring them together, try and figure out what the sort of future looks like, have different conversations, go to open science meetings and see what the possible alternatives and how does that fit with exactly what they're set up to do, which is presumably to advance their own particular medical society and the information that they want to pass on to the people that belong to it. So I think at the moment we're going through a sort of transformational structure change. Everybody's trying to find out how that affects them and how they can fit into the sort of future system. But kind of ignoring it is not an option. They have to explore. And I know that a lot of societies, for example, are wanting to talk to eLife and try to find out about, what are you doing and why are you doing it? And so they're opening those conversations. I think that's the best place to start.
Yeah, I think I would echo that. I mean, I think that the other thing to bear in mind is we are at a time where people are seeking trust in information. They're seeking the kinds of signals that Ian was talking about, expert curation, etc. And so societies are really very well positioned to offer this because they are concentrations of experts in a field. And as people seek to filter, vast quantities of information, they're looking for sort of trust signals and signals of interest and importance. And unfortunately, they use these poor proxies, but societies are in a good position to really do that better and certainly offer curation and expert views on content.
Great. Our next question is, how do you balance being research-centric, supporting researchers' priorities, with efforts to change researchers' behavior, working counter to their priorities as you pursue your efforts?
What I guess I can say is something a little bit about from the perspective of bioRxiv, and one of the things is conversations with researchers and trying to understand what they want. And it sounds like I think PLOS is doing this very effectively with their engagement approaches. But certainly, almost at an anecdotal level, one of the things that we found with preprints is this very kind of interesting phenomenon where initially when you talk to somebody who's not used to the concepts of preprinting, they're very wary of it and they're fearful about scooping, that type of thing. And then you can have a conversation with them over about 10 or 15 minutes, go through the logic of what it is that they're trying to achieve. And then by a greater understanding of the process, then they suddenly realize that actually this is very good for them. Putting an author in control of the timing of the dissemination of their work is a real advantage to them. And things like concerns about scooping. It's like, actually, if you have a date stamp and you can say, I did this work, I put it on this site on this day, then that's an advantage to them. So I think I think a lot of it is about communication.
Yeah, I would say that, researchers are not a homogenous group of people. There is some that are very forward in thinking of open science practices. They want to share their research. They want to be transparent and accountable. They want to share their data. Then there's other researchers that feel quite opposite to that. Sometimes it varies by geography. Sometimes it varies by subject area. So you can't really say, damn everyone with the same brush. I think that in any sort of change, there's going to be people that want to move forward, and they're always sort of advocates for what they're doing and why they're doing it. And you find often that they will go and talk to others in their institute about why they're doing it the way they want to do it. But I think there's a general shift over the last so many years that people are saying, actually, we want to publish in a much better way, and how can we do that? So actually a lot of what we're doing is driven by the research community, and it's just that some of that community are further forward than others in that community.
Add a couple more things, and agreeing with what Richard and Fiona have said. I think as sort of alluding to some of the things that I was referencing in my presentation, is that it is important to be cognizant of the policy or the cultural environment in which particular groups of researchers might find themselves, and hence think it's really important. Can't speak to any big successes yet, but to try to understand or try to identify where there is momentum towards reforming policies or practices in a particular context. And that may give opportunities to talk to researchers in a different way about the value of different things. I think there are also practical things as well. We know that there is a cost in different ways to making science more open, and whether that's more work or more cost in other ways. And I think it's important where, if we are asking more of researchers, that we can communicate a clear and pretty immediate benefit to them doing that, whether that's putting more effort into sharing data, or something else. And I think that's something to be aware of. That sort of has to be, a pretty immediate benefit to anything we might be asking of a researcher around open science.
Thank you. I want to circle back to a question that came in specifically for Fiona. How are peer reviewers incentivized to review one article over another?
But they're not. I think the answer really to that is, you know, our editors send out articles if they're interested in the content, if they think they can provide a good peer review service, if they think that, you know, it's worth the kind of effort to go through that process. They'll send it out to people in the field that they think would also be interested in looking at the article and reviewing it. It's entirely up to the peer reviewers about which they choose. And I guess people will choose articles that either they think it adds something to their own research field or adds something to the wider field. And therefore it's a personal choice piece.
Okay, and our next question is for everyone. What, if any, retraction services might be necessary for literature that exists at different phases of public availability, especially for material that doesn't have a final post-reviewed, post-published version of record?
So at eLife, if an article is found to have a problem and, you know, say it's a research integrity issue and it's been published as a reviewed preprint, we'll ask them to withdraw it and withdraw all the way back to the preprint. So there is a process that is very similar to the journal process that we, those articles are accountable. We want to make sure that if there's a research integrity issue, for example, then that's dealt with and people know about that.
Yeah, on bioRxiv, articles can be withdrawn by the author at any point. Then, but just like a general retraction, the key is that the article remains there. It's just marked as withdrawn, and a justification for the withdrawal is made. And we will withdraw something if the author's institution tells us that there's been an investigation and there's some kind of fraudulent behavior. I think the critical aspect, though, is we won't withdraw something just because people think it's wrong. Because we, as a preprint, we made no claim that we'd verified it in any way in the first place. And I think that's something that the scientific community needs to get to grips with, because I would say we can all point to the fact that there are vast numbers of articles in the peer-reviewed published literature which people know are wrong. I mean, there's a paper by Linus Pauling in Nature saying that DNA is the triple helix. Nobody's going to go back to the 1950s and say this paper should be retracted because we all know it's wrong. So I think we need to think in those kinds of contexts, because as Fiona said, there are these issues where there is fraud, there is something fundamentally wrong with the way the analysis was performed that is is fraudulent and flawed. But we need to get away from this idea that at some point somebody peer reviewed the paper and put a big green check mark next to it that meant it's correct. And of course, eLife have done this by explicitly getting away from that kind of binary thing. So I think when that's one aspect of the question that we need to think about is, why are we asking this question? Why are we worried? And it's because we have this proxy for veracity, which probably isn't very good, and certainly isn't at a systemic level, because there are huge numbers of peer-reviewed published articles that everybody knows is wrong. And that's before you even get to the predatory journals.
All right, thank you. I guess, like, speaking of retractions, I have a really question. Oh, actually, we have another question here. I'll ask this one first, and I'll circle back to mine if we have time. Publishers are among the stakeholders who are able to provide some incentive to open science. As a forward-looking publisher, what are some pain points that prevent you from doing more, and how institutions and librarians can help with these?
Well, maybe I can answer some of that. So the pain points are the system. The structural system that has been set up over years is very difficult to change. When you're looking to move to a different model, a business model, for example, there's certain fundamental principles written into the way that grants can be applied or funds can be applied that causes a lot of restrictions in the way that article can be paid for example. Or, when you go to indexers, so for example, PubMed for us only indexes the version of record. We've had conversations with them in the past about, is it possible for them to index reviewed preprints, because we think that would be an important evolution of the system, but the systems and the processes they have in place, they're unable to do that in the near future. We want to include assessments, for example, is because if you're moving away from accept reject decision, having an assessment on the paper is really important. Indexers don't want to add that as a kind of abstract. There's so many different parts of the structural system that prevents innovation, prevents, trying to do something different. And, you have to tackle which ones that you're willing to, put the effort in to fight for. And sometimes if you're the only organization doing so, then it's not going to change. So in many occasions, you have to find other people that are doing the same things, and together, as a sort of collaborative group, you might have more impact in order to do that. But from an eLife point of view, is we come against the system every time, and changing the system as one organization is very difficult.
I would echo what Fiona said. I mean, people don't like it, but I often have said in the past that the greatest barriers to innovation in this space are the impact factor and PubMed. And I don't mean that. I know lots of people who work at PubMed and they're great, but it's not a disparate. But it is a fact that you have constraints that you can't evolve beyond. And then bluntly, I'll also say money. The research costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. The journal article costs thousands of dollars. The preprint costs tens of dollars. Commercial publishing is a $10 billion industry. Preprint servers like bioRxiv, arXiv, medRxiv, it's in the low millions to run these things. Yet we all struggle to find that money. And ideally, we want to be in a situation where the community can support operation of these services. And as I said, if you look back to my slide, building on that open ecosystem, then it can sustain all manner of other things. So I think that's key, and universities and libraries contributing in that fashion would be more than welcome.
To add something else to the discussion, I think one of the incentives that can work is things around policy, like requiring things like data sharing or code sharing, which is rarer, but also not such a prevalent practice. But that comes with risks, introducing a bold policy on things. And speaking from PLOS as someone who's done that before, and I think that can be one of that can be a very blunt but very powerful way to create change, but has to be done judiciously and in consultation with the relevant research communities. But also there was part of this question that was about how can institutions and libraries help. And I think there are some of the best researcher training I've seen has been delivered by institutions and libraries, and it's something that at PLOS we work with our editorial boards and others. And I think aligning the kinds of practices and behaviors that we think are valuable and important for making science better, and sort of thinking about the direction that we want to go, aligning values, can all be useful to raise awareness and articulate the benefits of some of the practices that we're talking about.
Great, thank you. And then we have time for one more question. This is actually very basically the same question I was thinking of, and it came to mind when we were talking about retraction. And this is getting upvoted, so I think this has been on a lot of our minds. How is bioRxiv, medRxiv dealing with paper mills infecting the scholarly communications ecosystem by preprinting in order to bring credibility to an article manuscript submission? Do you have a mechanism for screening, identifying, and sharing that with publishers through STM Research Integrity Hub, for example?
We have been looking at a lot of these. I mean, one of the things is that we have people looking at every paper. I think it's something that we're all worried about, and I think in some respects, because bioRxiv and medRxiv don't have the sort of imprimatur of peer reviewed, it doesn't have that big green tick. In some ways, we are less currently we're less of a target than, say, some of the other journals, because a lot of the people who want, they want publications that have been peer reviewed. Whereas a bioarchive article might be completely wrong. So there's less, in some respects, there's less of an incentive to submit for paper middles to come to bioarchive and medRxiv. One of the things that people have noticed in the past is that people who have dodgy research, they try and avoid preprint servers because it's another opportunity for them to be exposed. They try and avoid things that are open. They try and avoid open peer review, because every time you open something, there are eyes. So, I think we're fortunate in that we aren't right in front. I mean, I know PLOS ONE have had challenges, and a number of the mega journals have challenges like that. But we're looking into a number of techniques, because we're certainly not immune, and we do see some of these things. But when we've done things like run the current tools to see what fraction of the papers that are coming in are from paper mills, the current signals look like it's very, very low, but we're under no illusions that it's going to remain like that. So we're looking at a bunch of different tools, but Ian and Fiona may be able to talk more on that.
Any other thoughts or?
Just briefly to say, I mean, like other publishers, we're part of the STM Integrity Hub, and that's a useful way for testing and operationalizing some of these new approaches that can help to address some of these issues upstream of article publication, which is really important.
Yeah, and I think, just open science practices, the more open an article is, the more the data and code is shared. If you're not sharing the code and data, then you're not even starting to take it seriously, I think, personally. So I think because there's a movement towards, all of open review, etc., then these things help to counteract it. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a sort of upcoming problem for a lot of publishers. But as Richard says, it's the ones that are trying to do it the most are the ones that are going to those closed systems, because they're not getting found out as easily as in the open systems.
And actually, one thing I would do is just double down on what Fiona said about the data, for example, because I think we should be under no illusions that we're going to be able to have systems that are going to be able to check some of this stuff. We're now at a point where just looking at an image, it is impossible to tell whether or not that is a real image just by looking at the image. So things like data provenance, audit trails, that type of thing, all these features of open science that Fiona and Ian have been describing are going to become more important, because it's not just going to be about sharing it is going to be sharing so that you can, provide that audit trail.
Yeah, just to add something else, I think that it has been, the connection between open science and research integrity has been made, but I don't think it's made enough. I think from real experience, where papers aren't able to exhibit open science practices like data sharing, we do see that correlated with these kinds of integrity concerns. So open science can be that solution to doing things better that I referenced at the start.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I will say we do carry over a lot of these themes we talked about in the publishing session in our afternoon session on evaluation. So, for example, I know Richard talked about HHMI's policies on preprints, and we have Meredith Schmel from HHMI talking in the session this afternoon about that policy. And so, again, a lot of publishing conversations will be in that afternoon evaluation session as well. And we're going to go into a break, and then we are going to return to the webinar at 11:10 for our AI and open science panel, speaking of paper mills. So thank you again so much to Fiona, Ian, and Richard. And thank you to our attendees for these really thoughtful and important questions that you're asking. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. All right, everyone. Hi, welcome back. Welcome to the session 2 of the Open Science Symposium. I'm Huajing Wang. I'm a science and engineering librarian at Carnegie Mellon University. So just a quick reminder for the format of the session. Each speaker will give a short talk about 12 minutes, and then there will be time for 1 or 2 quick questions. And then after all 3 talks, we'll invite all the speakers back onto the stage for a panel Q&A session. So if you have any specific questions to the speakers, you can ask after the talk. And then for the general questions that might be good for all speakers, better to hold those off until the Q&A panel discussion. And all questions, please use the Q&A feature in the Zoom to ask. So this session is focused on the intersection of open science and AI, discussing both the impact of AI on open science and practicing open science in the AI and machine learning related research. So our first speaker, I'm happy to introduce Mohammed Hosseini, who is assistant professor of preventative medicine at Northwestern University. Mohammed, please go ahead and share your slides.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the introduction, and thanks for organizing this. I hope that you can all see my slides. Okay. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. I'm really happy about being part of this program. So I'm talking about whether generative AI can be a true friend to open science. I have to add that my research is funded, and I'm grateful to the funders. But all the ideas and opinions that I express here are my own and do not represent the views of the funders nor the US government. A few housekeeping things. You have my consent if you want to use any quotes or tag me online, just so that you know I have a very common name in the Middle East. So in case you want to find me on social media, it might be very difficult. That's why I'm providing the handles. I also have to add that some of the topics that are discussed here are explored in greater length in a paper that I published with 3 others, Serge Horbach, Christy Holmes, and Tony Rosshaller. If you want to learn more about some of the things I'm talking about, you can also read the paper, which was published in the Journal of Quantitative Social Sciences. So I just wanted to acknowledge my co-authors as well. I think this crowd doesn't need to be reminded that open science is built on the premise that sharing data, code, and results makes research more transparent, reproducible, and democratic, and so on. Generative AI, on the other hand, promises to automate tasks like writing, data analysis, summarizing, even more recent ones. They can generate hypotheses and help us with enhancing research methods and so on. But I think one question we have to engage with is at what cost and to whose expense? Like, yes, generative AI does all of these, but at what cost and to whose expense? Or if you want to be a little bit more academic, we can formulate the question along the lines of, can generative AI serve the values of openness, or will it just consume open science as raw fuel for profit? I think the short and quick answer to this question is somewhere in the middle. And at the moment, both are happening at the same time. So when Gen AI is used appropriately and carefully, it can, yeah, help openness, but Gen AI also consumes open science as raw fuel. And that means that we're kind of stuck. We're stuck in the sense that if we don't let Gen AI consume science, and I'm now referring to the blue sections here, if we don't let Gen AI consume science, our discovery and progress will be hampered because a lot of people are using these tools that would be not up to date. But then if we do make our science accessible to generative AI, and now I'm talking about the green stuff, if we do make our science accessible to generative AI and let it consume our data and knowledge and so on, We would resent it because it benefits the big tech companies and could ultimately result in major job losses in academia and errors and so many other things, which I will discuss also. And I think this is a real dilemma that we have to deal with, and I wanted this to be front and center and be named at the beginning. In terms of what GenAI brings to open science, I want to mention only a few things. There's more we can talk about, and as I said, there's more that is mentioned in the paper, but I'll mention only a few here. Like the first one is, yes, GenAI can help us accelerate discovery. It can lower the cost of entry into data analysis, coding, writing. It can also translate content across languages and summarize literature and do all the things with data like cleaning, curating, analyzing, and so on. And these are all very helpful and can accelerate discovery because they lower the bar, they lower the cost for entry to research and allow smaller labs and early career researchers to do research with smaller budgets. But as this new CSET report notes, open GenAI models can do these far beyond what closed systems allow. And as many of us know, most models are not really open at this time. Now, openness of models aside, accelerating discovery with GenAI also has risks. I mentioned only a few here. Yes, it is true that GenAI lowers the cost of entry to research, but it also increases the risk of errors because we are basically moving a lot faster and won't have as much time or patience and sometimes the needed expertise to check and verify everything. We also see more and more vapid papers that do not push the field forward and are neither interesting nor important, unfortunately. And I think the last one about plagiarism, paper mills, and increased pressure to publish, this crowd probably knows a lot about it. This is one of the challenges of using GenAI to accelerate discovery. This is like one of the side effects. The second one is about the second thing GenAI brings to open science is helping us form new collaborations. AI tools can mediate cross-disciplinary collaborations by allowing us to interact easier with other disciplines, because if there is a concept or issue that we do not understand, we can always ask GenAI to provide examples and analogies or help us get a better grasp of methods and approaches in other disciplines. It can also help increasing industry academia collaborations. On that, actually, this new report that was published by the European Commission notes that between 2020 and 2024, in certain fields, there's been over 300% increase in collaboration between researchers in academia and industry. And this is partly due to AI. So this is actually being measured, and it is a noticeable impact. Again, at the same time, forming collaborations is fine and well, but it also has some challenges. For example, mostly AI literacy and access to infrastructure, which, as we all know, are both extremely centralized and concentrated in high-resourced institutions. So yes, AI can help us form new collaborations, but it mostly benefits those that are in affluent institutions and already have the resources. And this concentration of resources means that AI projects can mostly be initiated by researchers who are based in high-income countries, which sort of is against the egalitarian spirit of open science. And in that sense, I think GenAI can create a new kind of digital divide. Many researchers can now prompt ChatGPT, but only a few can inspect or fine-tune it or evaluate outputs for biases and accuracy. And these people who are able to do these are mostly based in high-income countries. So this is a new digital divide that is being enabled by ChatGPT or other generative AI models. Another thing generative AI brings to open science is, I think it helps open science with one of its biggest pet peeves, namely poor code and metadata, inaccessible software, and generally incomplete documentation. For example, GenAI can auto-generate data summaries, it can annotate document code, and it can detect missing information. It can also translate natural language to code and review code in real time, which has been a major source of support for programmers. And as you can imagine, these all can improve data and code accessibility and reproducibility. But again, there is a flip side. The flip side here has to do with, first and foremost, accuracy. Like with the use of GenAI for documentation, we cannot always know if GenAI is documenting everything with the level and degree of detail we want it to. And since with the use of GenAI, the total amount of documentation significantly increases, checking everything would not be practical. Another challenge is about complexity. So I hear more and more from programmers that AI-generated code is sometimes too complex. They say that AI defines and frames the problem in a flawed way and then comes up with super complex ways to solve it. And this will have a negative effect on accessibility and reproducibility. And lastly, code plagiarism is on the rise, and we still don't even have mechanisms to deal with it. We recently discussed this in a blog post with Daniel Katz and Scott Edmonds, and was published in Scholarly Kitchen. If you're interested in code plagiarism, I encourage you to read that. So as you probably recognize, the bottom line here is that a lot of the things that GenAI brings to open science have side effects. They are very fragile in the sense that they depend on conditions and factors that are mostly outside of our control, like equal distribution of resources and expertise, or using tools in a particular way. So now let's focus on what GenAI doesn't bring to open science. Ironically, I think the first item is openness. Many of the so-called open GenAI systems aren't truly open. The CSET report I just mentioned stresses that most of the so-called open models are actually only open weight models. They are not full open source. And the training data, code, or licensing are mostly closed. So yes, you can download and run them, but you often can't retrain or redistribute them freely, which creates a pseudo openness situation. And as GenAI footprint increases, our dependence on technology and tech developers increases as well. And this is something that, independence is not something that GenAI brings necessarily to our ecosystem. And I think this is where the open sciences ideal of decentralization sort of clashes with concentration of AI infrastructure. So as a researcher, even if you use truly open models, you still rely on cloud services or APIs that are controlled by a handful of tech companies. And this means that our open research, even if it is open, happens inside private infrastructure. So say you download an open model like Llama 2, you still have to run it on Amazon Web Services or Google Cloud. And this dependence, I think, undermines the spirit of openness that open science promises. Now, let's quickly look at what GenAI takes from science. I think we can all agree that much of GenAI powers comes from open data and knowledge created by people like me and you and many others that is used to train these models. And this is a major data capture that creates an asymmetric exchange, meaning that we share openly, but corporations don't. And in terms of democratic values, I think this takes away like the idea of ownership from open science, or the ideal of ownership, common ownership, the idea that knowledge production should be transparent and collectively owned. It weakens a sense of human agency over the research process and replaces it with dependence on algorithms. And I think it also takes away or weakens accountability, which is a major ethical concern we have at the moment about the use of AI in science. So GenAI brings certain stuff and takes certain stuff. That's all clear and fine. But can it be a true friend? I think as things stand, no. If things improve, yes. So let's think about conditions that need to be met in order for GenAI to become an ally or friend for open science. I think we need models that are genuinely open, and that includes open weights, code, open training data, and open licenses that allow modification and redistribution. We need more investment in AI literacy programs. And by this, I don't mean just teaching people how to use AI tools, but also how to critique it, how to audit it, how to evaluate it. We also need open training materials to spread AI literacy across the world and enable researchers in low middle income countries or in low resource settings to take advantage of AI. I think open science cannot survive if access only depends on corporate servers and private infrastructure. And I think governments and universities should fund public infrastructure for research to run large models without giving their data or relying too much on corporate players. And I think with regards to guardrails, there is so much we can do, and I've talked about it a lot in my published work. In conclusion, I think Gen AI can help us in certain ways, but it also hinders us in many ways. In all of this, I think we should remind ourselves about open science values. I think open science was never just about transparency or accessibility. It was about meaningful access. It was about equity, reproducibility, accountability. And I think so we should push these values and have them front and center when it comes to AI integration as well. And lastly, I think we are still in control and have alternatives. If we conclude that Gen AI is harmful or is not a true friend, we can always avoid using it. We don't have to use AI in every single project. Or we can try to use alternatives that are less harmful. And with that, I would like to thank the organizers and you all for listening, and I look forward to the discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. I don't see immediate questions from the audience, so let's move on to the next speaker, Katie Steen James. The talk Mohammed mentioned about what does it mean to be truly open AI is a perfect segue to your talk, Katie. So Katie is a senior US policy manager at the Open Source Initiative. So please take away.
Thank you. I'm just getting my screen shared here. Oh, it's making me allow. Hold on just a second. Okay, sorry about that. Can you see?
Yes, I can see it.
Fantastic. Okay, well, thank you for that introduction. As she said, my name is Katie Steen James. I'm the Senior U.S. Policy Manager at OSI. I started there in February, but previously was working at Spark, working on open access, open education, and open science. So I see a lot of familiar folks in the audience, so that is lovely. I'm going to talk about open source software in the context of AI policy. I'm going to touch on both federal and state level trends that I'm seeing and I'm tracking. But first, I wanted to just give you a little bit more information about the Open Source Initiative. We are a small nonprofit that started in the late 90s. We began as an organization to steward the definition of open source software. And at that point, we were mainly focused on approving licenses that adhere to the open source definition. I have on my screen links for the definition itself, and then also the list of licenses that we have approved. And so mainly we were focusing in the 90s on approving licenses that meet the open source definition, making sure that the 4 freedoms of use, study, modify, and share were upheld by the licenses that we approved. But our scope has grown since those early days of just reviewing licenses, and now we're deeply involved in educating policymakers about what open source software is, and then also what open source looks like in the context of these AI systems. So as I mentioned, we approve licenses, and that has been mainly what we've been working on as an organization for the last 20 years. With the hiring of me and then my counterpart in the European Union, we have put full-time folks on the policy and advocacy part of this work. Again, tracking policies that are going to impact open source software, trying to understand how open source is going to be impacted by AI policies, and then making sure that policymakers at all levels of government are aware of how ubiquitous and pervasive open source software is in all the technology that we use, so that they're aware of how the policies they're making are going to potentially impact it. So as AI has kind of exploded in terms of being accessible to consumers in the last few years, OSI wanted to think about how do we actually apply the four freedoms of open source software to AI. So we, a couple years ago, again, this was before I joined, but undertook a process to co-design what the definition of open source AI would actually look like, what it would mean. And so the organization spent more than a year running a global co-design process involving over 100 people, more than 20 organizations from 27 different countries. This work was funded by the Sloan Foundation. It brought together experts in different fields to help us think through how do we actually apply the four freedoms to an AI system. Because we want to make sure that when somebody sees, as Mohammed was talking about, the use of open source or an open AI system, they know what to expect. And we felt as though a definition was an important first step in that process, recognizing that we would just be releasing the first version 1.0. So it could certainly change after feedback from the community, but all of that is what was in OSI's mind as we started trying to define open source AI. So here is the current version. So you'll see the four freedoms on the left. And that requires basically translating those to an AI system means you need to share the model weights and the parameters openly. You need to share the source code used to train the system, and you need to share the source code used to create the data set. And then you also need to share the complete list of data used to train the system and the actual training data set. You see the asterisk when legally possible. So during the co-design process, it was brought up that there may be instances where in medical cases, for example, where somebody wants to use an AI system that may use patient data, and there may be privacy reasons why the data can't be shared. I'll just be honest that the data sharing piece was the most controversial, as I understand it, during that process. And there's certainly been feedback that says, the data should be required to be completely open with relevant, privacy pieces in place, that for it to be considered open source. From my perspective, because I was, working on open access and open science, I think that there's a lot of lessons that can be learned from the NIH's open data policy that has been in effect for quite a while now. The expectation that if you have an NIH grant, you're going to share the data. Certainly that includes a lot of biomedical personal data, but there are practices in place for sharing that kind of information and also respecting privacy. So I think there are some synergies between the open science community there and the open software community, open source software community, that I hope we can come together a little bit more on so those communities can learn from one another. And like I said, this isn't the perfect definition, but we thought it was a good first stop. This was released about a year ago in October of 2024. So again, this is really explaining what open source AI is. You need to be able to use the system for any purpose without having to ask for permission. You need to be able to study how it works and inspect its components. You need to be able to modify it, change its recommendations, predictions, or decisions to adapt to your needs. And you need to share the system with or without modifications for any purpose. So I wanted to give that basis just so you kind of understand some of the work that OSI has been doing. But now I'm going to talk about how we see some of these issues coming up in the policy context. I think many of you are aware of the White House's AI Action Plan that came out in July. So that initially started with a request for information or a public comment period, asking for feedback from anybody on what the administration should include in its AI Action Plan. OSI and the Apereo Foundation. The Apereo Foundation is a software foundation specifically geared towards higher education. So they have a variety of different projects that are open source and used in higher education at universities. We worked with them on submitting comments to the AI Action Plan, and we specifically focused on asking the administration to ensure any foundation of the plan was built on open source AI in our definition that had come out in October. So we specified what the open source AI definition means and the components that I just went through. And we invited the government to work with us and our partners to try and unify the tech community around a definition, a shared definition. So then in July, the actual action plan came out, and I wanted to just highlight a few things in it. It has an entire section on encouraging open source and open weight AI, and that includes having stakeholder convenings to drive adoption of open source and open weight models by small and medium-sized businesses. Also, it includes a piece about expanding access to compute power and other resources for academics and startups through the National AI Research Resource, or the NAIR. I think many of us have heard about the NAIR in different contexts at this point. There's been bills in Congress to try and establish it. There's currently a pilot project going on at the National Science Foundation, but the action plan included another reference in it to further bolster the work that's been happening there. And then also there is, obviously the action plan is much bigger than what I'm mentioning here, but there was another piece on developing a full stack AI export package that would be run by the Department of Commerce to try and get other parts of the world to adopt full American AI export packages. So I raised that because they just released more information on that recently, and I think it doesn't directly mention open source, but open source is, we're going to try and encourage them to look at open source as being a part of that export package that they may want to talk with other international partners about. I also want to mention the White House AI R&D strategy. This is something that has not come out yet, but they did do a public comment period on it as well. OSI also partnered with the Open Forum for AI, which is actually run out of Carnegie Mellon, and it essentially brings together academics and researchers to try and be part of this conversation on AI, provide that academic perspective in addition to industry and government perspective, kind of those three legs of the stool. So we worked with them on a response. It included expanding access to open data sets for AI training and evaluation, access to AI R&D resources like the NAIR, investing in the development of open source AI, conducting research into mechanisms for openness, and then tracking research into the impact of openness policies. We haven't seen that come out from the administration yet, but that's something that we're tracking. State level trends. It's certainly reasonable to want to regulate AI, I think, especially since we're not seeing a lot of regulation or any at the federal level. States are interested in that, especially in contexts where AI may harm consumers. And while OSI doesn't have a specific position on AI regulation, we do want to make sure that folks that are making these regulations or developing policies are aware of how they may impact open source developers. So it's important to remember, and we've been talking to some policymakers about this, that AI systems that are used by a consumer may contain open source components from someone who created that code and openly licensed it, but that wasn't involved in deploying the AI system itself. And that distinction between a deployer and a developer, we think, is really important because we don't want certain liabilities to be transferred onto an open source developer, way further upstream that may have nothing to do with what a tech company is deploying, but their code could be part of that deployment. And so we think ensuring that there's a distinction between those two is important to ensure open source developers can still create and release code and other software for the benefit of everyone without, being worried about kind of downstream deployments coming back on them. So we are tracking bills in California. This bill was actually passed already, but it hasn't been implemented yet. Colorado also passed the bill, but it hasn't been implemented yet. And then New York is considering a bill. There's way more bills than these that are being considered, but I wanted to mention these in particular. And with this discussion about state bills, we did put together a resource. It's a 2-pager that talks about the potential impact on open source and just wanting to make sure that policymakers are aware of it so that they're putting the liability kind of in the right place, which is specifically on the deployers, not folks that are creating code and releasing it for public use. So what's next for the OSAID? We are looking to find more examples of systems, not just large language models, other AI systems that meet the open source AI definition. And we're also looking to convene additional conversations about what a new version might look like. We're currently in the process of raising funds for that and trying to collect use cases. And I think I'm at time with that. So thank you so much and looking forward to the discussion.
It was awesome. Thank you very much, Katie. Do we have, I noticed we do have some conversations in the Q&A. Like first, there's a hashtag for this event and for the work of Hamid. And then there's also some compliments, positive reactions from an audience. So in terms of, there was one question for Muhammad, but maybe for the sake of time, let's move on to next speaker and just save the questions to the Q&A session. So our next speaker is Eric Atry, who is the Eberly Family Associate Professor of Biological Sciences and the Neuroscience Institute at Carnegie Mellon University. He's also, I want to mention, a longtime contributor to our Open Science program at CMU. So thank you, Eric, for being here. Please go ahead.
Thanks so much. Hope everyone can hear me. And yeah, years and years ago, I think we all got together and put on the first version of this person. So great to be back. So I'm going to take a little bit different take up on this session's structure and approach it as a AI tool developer and talk about some observations and insights I've gained over the years that hope are useful for potential developers as well as those approaching it from a more regulatory or top-down position. I also want to just share a few things about me. I'm an experimentalist who happens to build tools that want to answer different types of questions, and that my programming training, even though I'm known as a computational and code builder, I had one semester of intro to MATLAB, and my last math course was in high school. This isn't by any means a brag. I bring it up because there are people and resources out there, many of which are here today, who want to help you with your idea. So I encourage you to not be afraid to ask questions or to ask for the scary feedback. Certainly my training, my technical training is not what was ultimately provided to me by all sorts of resources. So try not to let that get in. I also want to lead with a standard for success that I'm sure many people are aware of, and that is the idea of fair, findable, accessible, interoperable, and usable. This was developed for standard for data, but for tools, I think it is also just as applicable. The I may be more as integratable or integrable into different systems, and the R It's more about the richly described, the documentation is, I guess, more accessible. So getting into a few of the observations that all fall under this idea of fair. The first observation is you're going to build a tool, find the nail first, then create the hammer. This is slightly different from you have a hammer, everything looks like nails. But as I know from many engineering colleagues, they will build something because they can and then try and find out what is applicable to later. And that is a lot of work for not a lot of payoff. Instead, it's good to go into the community, certainly if you're participating in it, find out what's actually necessary. And so in our lab, we try and understand and relate behavior to the brain. And sort of quickly go over just two things from my lab. One is to address a community need to record neuroactivity across many different brain areas, and neuroscientists tend to each have their own set of favorite areas that aren't always the same. So here's a picture of a mouse brain, and if I want to record from this purple area, that's great. There's lots of technologies that allow me to do this. It's an electrode that we just inserted in, but brain areas are.
Eric, sorry to interrupt. There seems to be a little bit of feedback from your voice. I'm not sure if there's any technical things can be done, but we can hear you fine.
All right, I don't know. Let me try. Yeah, I don't know what. Is this any better?
It's about the same, but yeah, then go ahead.
All right. Sorry about that. But if I want to record from multiple brain areas, I now need multiple electrodes, and maybe the same electrode won't reach deeper spots, or I actually want to record from two different areas with this blue region. And so the ideal would really be to have one customizable 3D printed electrode that can hit all these areas, and that I could use some sort of machine learning based program to design that. This is what we came up with, called the CMU array, that with some harder to get technology, but still available in many engineering departments, anyone can print their own electrodes with whatever layout they might want to have. Another community need in our field is to identify and extract meaningful behavior from video. So for instance, here we have bottom-up image of a mouse, and using computer vision that's now widely available in the field, we can identify the different parts of the mouse body, head, tail, different paws. But this isn't behavior. So instead, what we realize is that behavior is a spatial temporal pattern of these positions. So you can see here the mouse is walking around, turning, etc. And so we built this tool, this platform called A-Side. It's really just a pattern recognition machine that can go in and automatically learn these behaviors just from the spatial temporal pattern. So these were bottom up. They were identifying a nail, a big need in the community, and going about and addressing that rather than saying, hey, you can do this, and finding a nail later, because tool development is quite different. So just to summarize that, every group comes up with plenty of solutions to problems. That does not necessarily warrant that you should put in all the effort to make it a community. Second observation is that accessibility is key. Particular user experience is almost as important as the tool. Some people would argue maybe more important. Many of us have found that tool that works 85% perfectly, but is easy to use, is will always win out over a tool that works 98% and is difficult to use. So as part of an example, got 3 different user interfaces for a weather app. The first here, I don't know how many people are familiar with command lines, but this will get you to a weather app, this terminal on the left. There's something sort of to be desired here. Conversely, going the opposite way would be this weather app that the GUI is so complex that unless you really know what you're doing and have that steep learning curve, you won't be able to tell what the weather is. And so what works maybe best is something that is simple and approachable. Weather app that most of us have on our phone or our desktops. And there are trade-offs here. There's some missing features or hidden features, certainly compared to the interface at the top. But it's important to keep in mind what is most important to the user and what. It can hurt if you have some other features that you want to have in the tool, but just don't fit. You can repackage them as separate packages or add-ons on repositories. So resist the urge to make something either too simple or too difficult. Here's our example from the B-side project. Pretty much we distill it all down into a couple of clickable interfaces and the sliding bar, and that little factoid that pops up. We're told by users is one of the favorite parts. It's learning something new. They run the program. I also want to say for any developers of code-based platforms, Streamlit.io. I have no connections to them other than knowing that they're fantastic. Essentially, we'll take a Jupyter notebook and turn it into an app like the one that you see here. So very helpful tool that we use and was really a game changer for us. And just another example of this is on the newer version of B-side, this sort of more intuitive, approachable GUI that helps people approach and access the tool itself. And so the third observation is that upkeep can be almost as difficult as creating the tool itself. Another way of saying this is you can't just dump the tool out there and expect it to stand on its own merits. Creating a tool is difficult, but reaching out to your community, building that community takes substantial work. It is different than building the tool itself. Just as an example of a good and a bad case, the CMU array, it still exists in theory, and we've had talks with several different groups about how to support it, but it lacked inertia and we didn't really find our community. Also turns out there was, although there were several interested users, it didn't really support itself as well. Whereas on the other side, B-side is in use in hundreds of labs across the world, but it required an active community, which really means myself and 2 grad students answering questions and engaging with potential users on GitHub, Slack, building a tutorial webpage, having workshops to help engage people. The other thing that will help is to find target users and work with them to use your tool. And it helps to keep it in the public eye and to bring the tool to potential subgroups. I'm now going to many pain meetings, people who study pain. I don't know a thing about pain, but we've engaged with a few users in that field led to some next papers that it's also led to more innovation on our project as well. So we sort of built a cycle of engaging potential users, working with them, and making the platform better itself. So this is a nice success story. And so just to review the observations, like I think I said in the beginning, none of these are that probably surprising, and most people here are aware of these observations, but I will say that even for those of us who are more experienced in this space of development, I can't be reminded of these facts enough. First find the nail, then build the hammer. User experience and user interface is absolutely critical for success, as is upkeep and fostering your community, whatever it might be, applicable to AI tools and probably tools. Thank the lab that helps us all do this. I guess we'll move on to the roundtable.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Eric. That's a nice user story that you share. So now, I think we're about at time. So if you have questions directly for Eric, please kind of ask them in the Q&A as well. So now we're going to invite all speakers back onto the screen to answer some questions together. Oh, everybody's already here. Sorry, my view is a little limited. Okay, so I think we have a couple of questions from the previous session. I think this question was came up during Mohammed, during your talk, at the end of your talk, but others, please feel free to chime in as well. So opting out of using Gen AI as a researcher, I get that, but the model will still be using what we share openly, so we can't really uncouple them, decouple ourselves, right? If we engage in open practices.
That's absolutely right. And that's basically the essence of the dilemma I was talking about. On the one hand, we want our science to be open. We want it to, comply with open science values and so on. But the minute we do that, it becomes food for future Gen AI models. And in the paper, we mentioned this specifically, and we said that this lack of attribution and lack of any process for acquiring consent about whether you are okay for your paper to be used in training your future model, this could actually deter open sharing of data. For example, institutional repositories may become a little bit more possessive. They may not be as willingly sharing their data with others. We have also observed that some publishers like Walter Kluwer's, I think, they banned the public crawling of their content. X is now doing that. You cannot just crawl their data or content. So if it is happening at an industry level, I think this is a sign that anything that is up there in the open can be harvested and used and become food for future AI models. So in a way, it is a dilemma. And Sarah, I really appreciate the question. It is a dilemma because I want my science, I want my research to be open, but if I make it open, then it becomes prey to all kinds of uses that I may not consent to. And at the moment, we have no mechanism, we have no opt-out mechanism, we have no mechanism to distinguish the kind of data that can be used for training or cannot be used for training. And I'm not sure even if our current licensing ecosystem and frameworks caters for that specific case of using data for AI training, because all the things they have used have been open. And some of them, I mean, we don't know, maybe some of the stuff they used for training some of these AI models have been closed. We don't know that. or they have had licenses that would not allow reuse. We don't know that because they have not been open about what data they use. We cannot really do anything about it. So it's a very complicated question, and I appreciate it.
And Katie and Eric, do you have something to add to that?
I mean, just to, I guess, agree that it's a dilemma, as Mohammed said. I think that there are some efforts in the community, like Creative Commons has their AI signals work, where they are trying to provide a way for authors to indicate through signals how they would like their information, their content to be used. Some of it requires the user to have to give back to the commons, or you could just say, I don't want it to be used at all. But to Mohammed's point, I think we run the risk of these systems that may be more involved in decision making every day, whether we like it or not being trained on the best accurate information out there. So it is a big dilemma. I think Creative Commons now is trying to think of how to operationalize the signals into actual technical standards so that crawlers and things like that can be able to read kind of the signals from a technical standpoint. But you're right, it's difficult. And I wonder if licensing, though, is really the best way to deal with these kind of larger concerns. That's just a maybe provocative question, but I'm not sure that it is. Maybe we need to pass laws and other things that deal with this instead of trying to use licenses as the mechanism to do it.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Thank you, Katie and Mohammed. I think we have a follow-up question from the same participant, Sarah. I lead open science work at American Institute of Physics Publishing. A huge issue is the risk of openness by the bad actors, right? So when do we actually draw the line where when do the risks outweigh the benefits of openness?
I think this is like very context specific, and this was also one of the questions that was being explored even before generative AI was there. Like, I think the motto was as open as possible and as closed as necessary. And drawing the line, that's a threshold question. It is very difficult. It's very context specific. And yeah, I think within the context of physics, as you rightly say, it can result in like catastrophic results for the world. We don't know that. And we don't want that kind of information to be out there in the open for everybody to be just able to access it. And at the same time, there's a lot of content that, by virtue of being closed, is also harming many people, like medical information, for example, or information about how different ecosystems are interacting with each other, or best practices in terms of conservation. When these information are unavailable, it also inflicts harm. Where do we draw the line for those? I don't know. It has to be explored on a case-by-case basis. So I think it's kind of difficult to come up with a sort of one-size-fits-all formula for it. Although that being said, I think the context of physics is very unique, and I'd be more than happy to engage with you in future conversation about how we can draw the line and where should we draw the line.
I might follow up with that. How does one draw the line? My niche experience is people from two different pharmaceutical companies have said, yeah, we're using your open sourced code, even though it violates our license for it. But they're doing it because there's no repercussions. It would be very, very difficult to nail this down and in any subsequent way. So I'm just curious for big things or maybe big responses, but my approach has sort of been nihilistic of just accepting that a bit of abuse when making something open and just going with it because my greater community still strongly because of that does better science.
Yeah,
CMU has plenty of lawyers, so that's not the problem.
Thank you both. So I got the next question from the audience. Would it be possible to embed code into open science articles, data sets to block the Gen AI to be able to scrape the information? I'm not sure. I think this is a question that should address for all three of you.
Well, I'll just start by saying this is going to be a little outside of my technical depth, but I think that's being kind of discussed right now, like what protocols and standard protocols currently exist that scrapers use to crawl data, and how is it possible for certain restrictions like that to be included in that it would at least, I don't know, I don't think blocking is necessarily what could happen, but at least would tell the scraper, I don't want this to be used in a like some technical kind of way, and the standards and protocols for that crawler to be able to see that. That doesn't mean that the crawler is necessarily going to respect it, but I think those are some of the discussions right now as I understand them.
And I also would like to add to that, oh, suppose we did that, they would come up with another way around it. It's like this whack-a-mole game is going to continue. And I don't think there's like a silver bullet for it. If there is something out there, they will try to find a way to access it, and they will.
I would also add that this conversation about like the dilemma and what's the risk and the reward to sharing your things openly. I would argue that a lot of folks and researchers maybe weren't aware of the fact that they didn't own the full rights to a lot of their papers anyway, because of the normal publishing process. You were signing a copyright transfer agreement to publish somewhere to begin with. Not to say that publishers were always not good stewards necessarily or doing something bad with it, but I think the reality is you probably didn't own your rights anyway. And understandably, I think it makes sense to be like upset and concerned about what now an AI company may be doing with it. But I just think it's important for us to remember that it had been pretty rare for a long time for researchers to own their rights to their work to begin with. And so that author ownership, I think, is important both in the AI context and in the publisher context as well.
Thank you for that. So the next question I think is more or less relevant. What is a long question? To what extent do you think open access will even be a thing in 2 years, given the fact that most platforms get around paywalls and their summaries and overviews are often good enough? And the benefits and risks being associated with this kind of dissemination of this intermediation of researchers from the research itself. And then wondering if the OA discussion, open access discussion, is going to quickly render it moot given the current pace of change.
I'd like to quote something that Veronique Kiermer from PLOS said in the most recent peer review congress in Chicago. She said that open access is not she said open access is a business model, and as such, I think whether open access will be moot or not, that's a question for publishers, because that's how publishers have been making money by changing the business model such that instead of the one who wants to read, the ones who wants to publish would pay for it. Whether the open access model and business model will be moot, I think that's up to the publishers and decisions they make about it. But I fully agree that that is being challenged. That model is being challenged.
Thank you for that. There's several responses, I think, to this thread. For the sake of time, we have still a couple more questions. So please feel free to engage in the Q&A session. I think everybody can respond to that. So we get a question from Zach Jones. Are there web systems or apps, etc., that support researchers to engage wider audiences that include, meaning citizen science for data collection? And with all the recent changes, are there new horizon for this kind of engagement?
I just responded to that. So there's this platform called SciStarter that allows you to basically use your zip code. And I think it's not just in the US, it's also in other places in the world. It allows you to enter your zip code, and you can basically connect with anyone who wants to do a research project. So you can enter it as someone who is running a research project and is looking for example, citizen scientists, or you can join as a citizen scientist and try to find projects that are happening around you and engage with it. That's one I know of.
Anybody else have something to add to that? Eric or Katie? All right, great. Thank you. So I think I don't see new questions coming in. I have a question myself, actually. It's a bit of a big picture question, because we talked a lot, I think, today about AI being a double-edged sword, right? How do we, and there's a lot of unknown areas, risks, and big promises to navigate. And who do you, from your own perspective, right? The three of you each have a different perspective and expertise. So who do you think has a responsibility to set the direction? So what the AI is going to be, is it going to be the research community, developer community, or the government, policymaker? And how do we as a kind of together navigate that? Sorry, it's a big question.
It is a big question. I think we as a community have a responsibility, and at the same time, I feel that we as a community are finding ourselves in a very hard spot, in that whatever we say or do isn't really going to matter much, because a lot of big tech companies are, well, kind of protected by especially here in the US, by the administration, and that creates a very difficult scenario for us. It has created a difficult scenario for us. They, for example, were able to get away with using a lot of the content that was on the internet. That's not really in the question anymore. Nobody is really pushing on that at this point. I think that people feel like that ship sailed. In terms of ethical and responsible use, we are seeing, for example, some states, that was mentioned during Katie's presentation, some states have come up with some state level regulation, which I think is great, but it's still far from where we need to be and where we want to be. I think we as scientists have, and I don't mean to put the onus on us, but unfortunately, the onus is on us. We have a responsibility to use AI in an ethical and responsible way, and to use it for the benefit of open science. We don't always have to use AI. We don't always have to rely on AI assisted techniques. And at the moment, that's the thing that comes to mind. There is no single entity that can take responsibility for how AI is used in the community. You as a researcher, your university administrators, they can come up with their own guidelines. But again, enforcing those guidelines are also very complicated and difficult. So I think it comes back to the individual. And I know this may sound like a cop-out, but I cannot think of any other thing because the governments are not really able to do much. State level regulation is still lagging behind. Universities can come up with guidelines, but they cannot enforce it. So it's like a very weird dynamic that places the onus on us. And I think to some extent, I'm fine with that.
Mhm. Yeah, I think I agreed with everything Mohammed says. I would, thinking about where there could be opportunity maybe for the research community and the academic community. And I'm just going to put this frankly, because I think that's like the appropriate frame. Trying to frame openness in AI as a competitive advantage, frankly, with China is, I think, something that could help pull the research community more into some of these national narrative conversations that are not just like what tech firm can put out the latest new Gen AI model or whatever. And something that's, I'm going to put, I don't think I can put it in the chat. I don't think I can message everybody. I'm going to put it in the Q&A or something. Um, looking at how China is kind of doing more with less because they have to, because they don't have access to chips or other things is a place where I think the US research community could perhaps contribute to the conversation in a way where the national narrative sees it as strategic. Universities are very good with doing more with less, and seeing China have to do that in their creation of DeepSeek and other types of models is something that may be of interest to the US government right now that might make the research community a little bit more central to the conversation in a way that we're not right now. So that's just one way that's one opportunity I would flag potentially.
Thank you, Katie, and Mohammed. Eric, so as a, I guess, like frontline researcher yourself, doing some sort of AI research, trying to share the AI tools, right? Do you feel like you're very much tied into this conversation?
I mean, we think about it some, but it's not a huge part of our day. You've got to either embrace it or not, and recognize that it's difficult and certainly evolving quickly. So, yeah, all I can say is it's complicated, but good to still think about.
Okay, thank you. So audience, do you have any further questions for our panel? Okay, in that case, thank you again, Mohammed, Katie, and Eric. Thank you very much for this very engaging discussion. So I will now hand it over to Chisholm Obashi, who will be moderating the early career research lightning talks. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Since we ended a little bit early, we are going to be back at 12:25 for the Early Career Researchers Lightning Talks. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Chisem. I'm the Open Science postdoc at Carnegie Mellon University Libraries. So for the next 20 or so minutes, we will hear quick lightning talks from two early career researchers. This session is formatted a little bit differently from the previous session, so I'll briefly describe the format. Each speaker will talk for about 5 to 7 minutes. And after each speaker, there will be time for 1 to 2 short questions. And it's important to note there will be no group Q&A. So if you have a question for a speaker, be sure to put it in the Q&A chat right away, as that will be your only chance to ask them questions. And then after both speakers, we will welcome everyone to break for lunch. So our first speaker is Zia Lyle, a postdoc research associate at the Institute for Risk Management and Insurance Innovation at UNC Chapel Hill. You can go ahead and share your slides, Zia.
Okay, can you see that? Cool. All right, hi, I'm Zia. I'm currently a postdoc at UNC, but I finished my PhD at Carnegie Mellon in May. I was in the engineering and public policy and civil engineering departments. And this is some work I did as part of my dissertation. I'll give a brief overview of everything and talk about why it was important to make things open access and publicly available. So we're starting to witness how climate change negatively affects our drinking water systems. So we see news stories like this, from too much water to not enough water, to changes in water quality. Recent crises in Jackson, Mississippi, and Asheville, North Carolina, highlight just how widespread and severe these events are. And climate change hazards affect different aspects of drinking water infrastructure, from the source water itself to the infrastructure, the pipes, and such that it takes to get clean water to us. So I won't go into too much detail here, but droughts, increased temperatures, extreme precipitation, sea level rise, wildfires, and changes in freeze-thaw cycles all affect these infrastructure components. And then the effects to infrastructure components also affect drinking water utility business functions, such as requiring changes in operations to water treatment plants, more public communication, or adjusting projections for revenue and costs. So my research question here was trying to understand some of these risks themselves. So we understand kind of the links between the hazards in the system, and my previous work has revealed that many utilities are not planning for climate change. So there's a gap here. So the goal of this work was to develop an index that allows for this national level understanding of utility climate risk, given future hazards and current exposure and vulnerability. And so, as it makes sense, it was really important to make this work useful and accessible to utilities. So we wanted everything to be publicly accessible. And this influenced all of our methodological choices, from the data we used to how we designed the index and how we published our findings. So some terminology here. Climate risk is defined as the interaction of hazards, exposure, and vulnerability. Hazards are the physical changes. We've talked about those. Exposure is the people and assets in harm's way. So for a drinking water utility, that could be the number and size of infrastructure components that a hazard could affect. And then the vulnerability is the likelihood of those people and assets that they are negatively affected. So a more vulnerable utility might have older infrastructure and limited financial resources. So we developed, excuse me, individual hazard, exposure, and vulnerability indices that were then combined for this measure of climate risk. I'll talk mainly about the construction of the hazard index, but the same approach was used for each of these. So after we determined which hazards we wanted to include, we had to choose which indicators to represent those. Those are shown on the right here. And then we had to find publicly available data for these. So we compiled indicators from a variety of publicly accessible climate projection data sources, namely the Climate Mapping for Resilience and Adaptation dataset and the Climate Risk and Resilience dataset from Argonne. All of that climate data is still publicly accessible and available. So as hazard data is geospatial, we used a data set of EPA's data set of drinking water utility boundaries to geospatially join the systems with the hazards themselves. So for this, we have about 43,000 systems. This is published open access. And now these systems across the country have downscaled mid-century climate projections for their specific system. So to create this multi-hazard index that allows for comparisons between lots of different hazards in different systems, we took each indicator, normalized that from 0 to 1 using a min-max approach. And this was done for all the hazards, which were then averaged together using equal weights to get a distribution of climate hazard index values. And we can use quartiles here to show the relative levels of hazard changes utilities are projected to experience. Here's a map of those 43,000 utilities that we included in that initial data set. Here are the 4 classifications based on the quartiles. And here's the map of the utilities with their hazard classifications. So the dark red indicates comparatively higher risk, larger changes in those climate hazards, which we can see along coastal areas in the Western United States. But across the country, we see there's some systems with high hazard values. So that was the hazard component. We did the same thing for exposure and vulnerability, which capture how likely the utility is to be negatively impacted. And I'll note here that while utilities know things like their financial health and their infrastructure assets, they're not required to report these necessarily, so there's no national public database. So we had to compile multiple data sources, which limited our sample. So we started with the systems we had hazard projections for. And then we pulled financial, demographic, employee information from the Census Bureau, which limited our sample to systems serving more than 10,000 people. We needed some additional financial information, which we found from municipal bonds and the electronic municipal market access database, which further limited our sample. And then we pulled in information from the EPA about water quality and other infrastructure. So altogether, we have about 1,500, 1,600 systems, all this publicly available data for, and that was published open access last year or earlier this year. So then we combined the individual indices into a measure of climate risk, the climate risk index. And again, we can use quartiles here to see relative comparisons and differences. So this is a map of the smaller sample, those 1,500 systems. And we can see that there are utilities with high climate risk across the United States, not just along the coast or in the West. Some systems throughout the Midwest, for instance, have much higher vulnerabilities than other systems. And while climate risk models are pretty difficult to validate, it is useful to compare this work to observed events. So I mentioned Jackson, Mississippi at the beginning. This index classifies Jackson as having moderate, so somewhat higher risk. And as we saw from events a couple of years ago, the system operations there are very much vulnerable to extreme weather events. Same thing in Asheville, North Carolina. There's certainly flooding risk that the system was not designed to handle. And then as we saw earlier this year in Los Angeles, the systems in the Southern California area are classified as high risk, and we saw some of that was realized during the wildfires. Okay, a couple quick conclusions. All drinking water utilities across the US are projected to experience changes in climate hazards. This is not an issue for a certain area, a certain type of system, it's a national issue, which really highlights the importance of making sure these systems are aware of their risks. While utilities in the Western United States have higher risks because of significant changes in hazards, things like drought or extreme heat, systems in the Northeast and Midwest, some systems have higher risk due to existing vulnerabilities and exposure. And then an important conclusion for the topic of today's event is that the model construction is essential here to make this accessible to drinking water sector at large. So while we have projections for most of these systems, we have limited financial, sociodemographic, and infrastructure information. But the simplicity of the composite model approach, using that min-max normalization, is that systems can input their vulnerability and exposure indicators to reveal their comparative risk. Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Zia. I think we have time for one quick question, and I did receive one. The question is, what were the biggest challenges you experienced with opening up your work, if any?
Good question. Thank you. I think the hardest thing was data availability. Like I said, that was very much limited our sample size. And I understand why some of these utilities don't want some information to be available. For instance, being classified as a vulnerable system makes it difficult to do things like issue bonds to build out your system. So I understand some of the concerns there. So I think that was the biggest limiting factor, was getting enough data that was able to inform the risk without exposing too much about the utility's private information.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, we will be sending in our next speaker. Okay, our next speaker is Leticia Madureda, a PhD candidate in chemistry at Carnegie Mellon University. So you can go ahead and share your slides.
Oh, thank you so much for the introduction. It's very nice to be here and give this talk. So I am a PhD student in the chemistry department at Carnegie Mellon University. My advisor is Professor Kovalevsky, and today I will be talking a little bit about my work, or a fraction of it, and I will focus on open source software development in computational chemistry, and share a little bit of my experience with the Julia language and how I apply it in my field. Before I dive into the specifics of the open source work, I just wanted to have everybody on the same page on what computational chemistry is, and give you a little bit of an introduction. So you have this image of a chemist at the bench doing wet lab work, mixing things and measuring, but we can also be on the computers doing calculations and predictions of chemical reactions and molecular properties using algorithms. And the applications of this range from photophysics to catalysis to drug discovery, as I'm showing in this example. So everywhere chemistry is, computational chemistry can also be, and I personally touched many of these areas by applying computational chemistry to discover concepts, analyze, quantify properties, and all of that. I joined the field in 2019 as an undergraduate student. And since then, I became very interested in applying these algorithms to calculate molecular properties. But as time went on, I wanted to know more about the behind the scenes, what was happening with these algorithms, what were the physical models based in quantum mechanics that we were using, and how to code them. So I started coding it myself for the learning experience, and also because I wanted to develop more efficient algorithms for quantum chemistry, which I'll explain a little bit more further down this talk. But the idea, as I started to experiment with implementation of these algorithms, I came across different programming languages like C, Python, Rust, until I finally found the Julia language, which I was really fascinated by its advantages and what it could bring to the computational chemistry world. And then I started getting more involved in the community, which is a very welcoming community, which takes advantage of the social media, Slack, and all other tools to kind of communicate and exchange information. And then I started recording videos to teach Julia language on YouTube. So you can check out my my YouTube channel for Julia language videos. And I decided to stick with Julia for computational chemistry because of some of its advantages. Starting from the fact that it's free and open source, which is a big thing in my opinion, because the whole community is able to cross-check, examine, contribute, and also bring their own domain-specific knowledge to the field and to the use of the language, which was designed primarily with the focus on scientific computation. Some of the other advantages are the multiple dispatch, the customizability of different types, which allows you to tailor your applications to domain-specific knowledge, domain-specific algorithms, the the performance, which has been shown over the years as benchmarks are done, that it's improving version by version of Julia language. In some cases, in some algorithms, even matching like C++, speed, the interoperability, so the ability that you have to call C functions, Python to build this ecosystem that helps you connect different programming languages, different platforms. That's extremely, extremely useful. The possibility of creating macros, which also can help with performance, the suitability for GPU programming, CPU programming, and distributed computing, and multi-threading, and many more. And you may think, oh, this should be common things that you have in computational chemistry softwares if your calculations are very time consuming and expensive computationally. But that's actually not true, not the case for computational chemistry, because most softwares that we use, they are not open source. They are in fact quite closed, with some of them even forbidding the publication of benchmarks, for example, which I believe hinders the whole process of reproducibility, and it also harms interoperability, the communication across different platforms. If everything is closed, how are you going to reproduce your experiments, even benchmark against other softwares, which, as I said, some don't even let you do that in their terms and licensing, which is not very good. And I believe with benchmarkings, we can also advance the field much faster, identifying problems in theory, problems in different approximations that people are developing all over the world, and also obtain the best state of the art that we can. Because if we have something that is open source, people that are specialized in specific aspects of the algorithm can all contribute and make the whole software or package much better. And that's a little bit, I don't know, utopic dreaming, but I do believe that this would be like great, having this open source platform. And that's what I wanted to start doing in Julia, having a space, an open source platform. And I started developing this with my organization on GitHub called Hartrifoca, which is this quantum chemistry environment for electronic structure calculations. This is under development, and I maintain this as one of my side projects in the PhD. And the idea is to have several packages that will integrate together and allow the user to customize their kernel, their calculation, using the best approximations for their molecular systems or for their chemical reactions. So help them find the most appropriate levels of approximation for their case, and they can build themselves this whole kernel for this calculation to run. And that's the whole idea. One of the packages there involve the calculation of energies of molecular systems based on the interelectronic interactions, which basically consists of, in quantum chemistry terms, solving the Schrödinger's equation and finding the electron density that fits the geometry of the molecule better. So that's the whole purpose here. And you can use, and to set up this calculation, you need to set up basis sets for the atoms that are in your molecule, so you can form the molecular geometry. And in my package called basisset.jl, the user can run an optimization with automatic differentiation, which is another thing that is really strong in Julia and very appropriate to be done in Julia. The user can optimize a basis set suitable for their molecular system. So people can create basis sets, approximations on the go, fitting for the best approximation that they can have for their molecule. And you can see that some examples here of small molecules like hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, carbon monoxide, and so on. The calculation performed with my package showed a value that is closer to the reference than others in the literature. And it can also perform. I'm not showing time benchmarks here, which I'm still working on, but it has been improving and showing performance comparable to the state of the art softwares. And I want to make faster and faster to have this basis set optimization working the fastest it can be. And after showing you this, some of the takeaways that I have from my experience with open source and software development for computational chemistry in Julia is that one thing that I believe is that faster software, so chasing for the tools that allow you to run your codes faster, and also following the best practices can help us progress towards scientific concepts and scientific automation and learning in different fields, such as chemistry. For example, we always talk about machine learning and AI and how it can change things. And I believe if we have softwares in computational chemistry that is sufficiently optimized for these applications, we can run and screen much larger data sets. And data is everything we are looking for these days in order to build our models and make predictions related to the domain specific knowledge, for example. Another thing is that efficient testing, probing, and benchmarking can help us identify issues with the approximations, with the physical models that we are using in computational chemistry. So that's why I really kind of advocate for this open source thing, or I at least aim for that, because I think this can help us design better physical models for quantum chemistry. And also good practices is standardization and communication between the community and across different platforms. So kind of ambivalent interoperability are key aspects for the scientific progress. And I give the example of scientific journals, how we can, I believe that we should make it as a more common practice, at least in my field, that we make codes, data available when we publish things with data sets, when we publish computational work. I do believe that we should follow this kind of good practices and standardization to make these things as available as they can be. And if I have 30 more seconds just to show one CMU thing and one thing from the libraries that have to do with this. So one of the reasons why I wanted to come to CMU is that Professor John Popple was a professor here in the chemistry department around the 80s and 90s, I believe. And he won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 1998 for the development of density functional theory. And he also developed a software for computational chemistry, which is the most popular software in computational chemistry that is out there. And his Nobel Prize medal is at Hunt Library. And I have a picture with the medal. So I just wanted to show CMU is really this great place for computational quantum chemistry and has a long history of developing software for this. And I'm very honored and happy to kind of try to do something or build something after all this background that CMU has and the chemistry department has. So yeah, just thank you so much for the invite, my department advisor and everybody, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Leticia. We really appreciate you speaking with us. So we will go ahead and thank both of our speakers today, and we'll take a full lunch break now, and we invite you guys all to return for session 3 on evaluation at 1:30 Eastern time, which is in about 40 minutes. Thank you so much to both Leticia and Zia.
Hello and welcome back. I'm Nikki Agate. I'm the Associate Dean for Academic Engagement here at Carnegie Mellon University Libraries, and I'm one of the co-organizers of our Open Science Symposium. First, I want to give you a quick reminder about how the session will run, and I want to make sure that everyone had a good break, was able to get some coffee or lunch or dinner, depending on whatever time it is. Each of our three speakers this afternoon will give a short talk, around 12 minutes, and then we'll have time for 1 or 2 questions that you should put in the Q&A if you have questions specifically for that speaker. After all 3 talks, we're going to invite all of our speakers back on screen for a panel Q&A. So if you have any questions that might be good for all of the speakers, just hold those for that panel Q&A at the end of the session. Our first afternoon session is focused on new and evolving forms of evaluation for all kinds of research outputs. And so I'm really excited to welcome our first speaker, Rachel Kirchen, who's editor of the Journal of Open Source Software and an assistant research professor here at Carnegie Mellon in material science and engineering. All right, Rachel, I think you can take it away.
Sorry, lost track of my mute button there. All right, let me just get this going. All right, am I sharing the right? I'm sharing the presentation and not the backup mode or anything. It looks okay. All right, I'm going to assume it does. Please throw up a signal flare if not. All right, well, thank you again. Thank you for that introduction, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to speak. I'm really excited to be a part of this. Open science and open software is a soapbox I can get on for a really long time, but I'll do my best to keep it to 12 minutes today. And I'm excited also to talk to you in particular about the Journal of Open Source Software, which I've been involved in since 2021 as an editor, and recently joined the associate editor-in-chief team. I'll talk a little bit more about what that means. So as a very brief outline, I'm going to talk about kind of a little bit about the motivation for why JOS was started back, which was almost 10 years ago now, back in 2016. And then talk a little bit about the model and how it works today, and some ongoing details, challenges, and hopefully give you plenty of opportunities to learn more at the end. So with that, I will continue onward here. So the core motivation behind JOS is that in an academic setting, software is not really a creditable research activity. There are starting to be efforts to change this, but I would say by and large, this is a true statement. The currency of the realm is papers, conference presentations, book chapters, all of these sorts of things. And software historically has been hard to fit into some of those boxes for a variety of reasons that I'll touch on briefly here. But the core kind of motivation behind JOS was to provide a way to address this. And so the first question we might ask is, how could we go about better recognizing these software contributions? And basically at a super high level, there are 2 answers to this question. One is we could find some way to fit software into our current paper-centric system, or 2, we could try to actually collectively evolve beyond this one-dimensional credit model that we're kind of living in right now. I think everyone could agree probably that number 2 is the dream, but that's a pretty big lift, and we all know cultural change is hard. So the idea behind JOS was, let's start with number 1. Let's just find a way to give people credit that looks like the conventional model for building research software. And so thus, as I mentioned, about 10 years ago in 2016, the Journal of Open Source Software, or JOS, was born. It solves a lot of these issues. It gives us something that's easy to cite. There's no real changes required to that existing infrastructure. It's a journal, it looks on a CV like a journal paper. It has a DOI, it has all these, archiving, all of these kinds of things. And publishing in existing journals can raise the profile of software in a community, which is also great. However, things we want to be aware of and try to mitigate as much as we can in the design of how this journal actually runs is writing another paper can be a ton of work. The goal here is to give people credit for the large pile of work they've already done in building the software, not create a bunch of additional, mostly unrelated work for them. Many existing journals don't accept software papers. Some do, but it's relatively uncommon. Mostly you need to have results that you've generated with the software, and the software might be sort of an incidental aspect or contribution. And for long-lived software packages, the idea of static authorship also has a lot of issues. Contributors and maintainers can come and go. The original people who created the software may or may not stay involved in the project. So there can be challenges here. And furthermore, many papers about the same software can lead to citation dilution. As someone who is a computational researcher and makes use of a lot of software, it can often be confusing. You know, if you go to the documentation of some of these really long-lived packages, you'll see, please cite these 6 papers if you use the software, and additionally, if you use these modules, please cite this, this, and that, and this other thing, and it can be a bit of a labyrinth. So, solution to some, but I will be upfront and say not all of these challenges in aspects of the way JOS works. First, we try to make it as easy as possible for authors to write the software papers. The preparation and submission for a software that's already following best practices, that's well documented, should really take no more than an hour. The paper is very short. We ask that it be not more than 1,000 words. And it's really as I'll talk about in a few more slides, the focus of the review process is really not on the paper at all. It's much, much more so on the software and its performance and functionality claims itself. We try to make this system developer friendly for authors, reviewers, and editors using tools, platforms, paradigms that they're already familiar with from being in the software development world. And as I mentioned, the primary purpose of the JOS paper is to enable citation credit to authors of research software. This becomes important because unlike in a conventional paper, and we have authors that get confused about this sometimes, it is explicitly not about presenting new results. It's about the software itself. If you are trying to include new results in a JOS paper, we will tell you, please go publish those somewhere else. This is about showing off this tool and giving you citation credit for the tool that you have built. In addition, JOS uses open source practices. The paper is written in easy to use and standard markdown format, which can then be flexibly compiled to other formats that are easy to read or archive or other things. The review process is carried out entirely on GitHub and leverages a lot of automation and bot-driven commands to make things really easy. The review is entirely open and meant to be collaborative. I'll dive a little bit more into that in a minute. And the editors are a community. We make high-level decisions for the journal collectively. So where are we at now with JOS? We've published over 3,000 papers in just coming in on 10 years. The latest stats, so this at the top is recent as of maybe an hour ago. This plot, of course, was made sometime last year, as you can tell. I don't have the latest version of this one handy. There are 7 tracks in JOS, each led by an associate editor-in-chief or sometimes a team of said associate EICs. So I won't read them all, but they're here. I am co-AEIC of the Biomedical Engineering, Biosciences, Chemistry, and Materials track. And JOS itself is an open source software project. It is in use in other places. For example, there's also a Journal of Open Source Education. The proceedings of the JuliaCon conference make use of the infrastructure built to make JOS run, including all of these bot commands and that work via GitHub and this similar infrastructure for actually building up these papers. One thing you might wonder about is how much does this all cost to do? As with many journals, so we rely almost exclusively on volunteers. Where we're similar to other journals is that that's typically also the case, certainly for reviewers and often for editors, maybe with the exception of editors-in-chief. There's really no full-time staff involved in JOS, and this is enabled partly by the fact that a lot of things that normally take human effort are in fact automated in the JOS workflow. Actual costs that we pay regularly are summarized here. So there's membership in Crossref and Portico, DOI. So a lot of these are related to making JOS a real journal, letting it be archival and trustworthy in all the same ways. Web hosting, our domain name. And this comes out to roughly $3 to $4 a paper if we assume that there's around 500 papers per year published. These figures don't include occasional one-off grant money, which typically goes to developer effort if we want to improve some of the automation. This is usually some fixed term thing where we want a real professional developer to work on improving things, making them more robust, creating more functionality. There are also volunteer developers who work on these kinds of things too, as with any open source project. But if there's a big thing that needs to be upgraded, we are occasionally able to get grant money to support those kinds of things. And there's a few other things that aren't rolled into this, including GitHub usage, donations from users. Some authors and reviewers choose to donate to the journal. And these numbers were actually calculated as of 2019, but they're mostly still correct. The Portico membership is a new addition, but these are generally still correct numbers. Okay, I want to make sure I have time to talk about how the review process works. It's really one of the things that's quite different about JOS. It's sort of this radically open model, as I put in the title of the talk, and I've become more and more of a fan of it over time. So it's, as I mentioned before, it's completely open. Every interaction, every discussion is in a GitHub issue that anyone can go back and look at. And anyone can see the GitHub usernames, and it's usually easy to find someone's identity from their GitHub username. It's driven by a checklist. So reviewers are given a checklist, and they're told to work through this checklist and either check off boxes if they feel that they already can, or communicate with the authors by things like opening issues to assess to communicate how they can bring it to be able to meet those checklists. I'm not going to read over all of these, but these are the kind of general categories. You'll see that most of these, as I mentioned, are focused on the software itself. The paper is in there, of course. We don't want to we want to have polished papers, but the vast majority is around the software functionality, the documentation, general practices around open source software, like having an open OSI approved license, making clear what contribution guidelines are, and these sorts of things. As I alluded to, reviewers are encouraged to open issues and even pull requests sometimes in the repository and make suggestions for how these criteria can eventually be met. The goal here is for a collaborative discussion that brings that software up to the level of being able to be accepted, being able to check all those boxes, provided that authors are willing to put in the work to do that. Sometimes they have a long way to go, and one of the modes by which something can eventually get rejected from JOS is if the authors just don't seem to be willing to put in that work. There are other routes for that can happen as well, including rejection at the sort of scope level of software not really being assessed to be research software in the first place, and some other things like that. And we think a lot of this also serves to kind of create norms and promulgate those norms and hopefully improve culture around open source practices within the research community in general. Of course, there are challenges associated with this. This radical openness model is indeed mostly great. It can, of course, have drawbacks. One of the classic critiques of open review in a conventional journal context, of course, is around things like power dynamics, where if someone who's a more established or senior researcher is reviewing something for a junior person, they might feel pressured to go a certain way, or vice versa. A junior person reviewing a more senior person might be unwilling to make the strongest critiques that they might make if they know that person knows who they are. So these are things that we obviously need to be aware of. In addition, this sort of stated goal of bringing software up to acceptance level has created some challenge in getting indexed by major services, because they often come back to us and say, oh, well, you're clearly not really evaluating things if you accept everything. We don't accept everything, as I've already alluded to, but that sort of framing has caused challenges. And then, of course, in the most modern landscape, AI use, LLMs, et cetera, and their use to generate code is creating some really active and ongoing discussion among the editorial side of the community in particular about how we want to handle this, what kinds of rules we want to create. And I don't have answers to that right now. That's kind of a really an ongoing discussion. So I know I'm almost out of time here, but if you want to learn more or volunteer to review, I'm very happy to talk to folks. Feel free to reach out to me. Feel free to check out our website. You can learn more about the Open Journals software framework too, and other places that are using it. There are also at least two papers that have been published. One very early on, about a year into the existence of the journal, and one just earlier this year, that I was actually involved in. And so the DOIs are up here. I'm happy to send these around as well if anyone's interested in reading these, or you can just check out the journal documentation at the website given there. And with that, I think I've done okay with my time here. So I want to thank you all for your attention. And then below are also some various groups and foundations that have supported the project, either with infrastructure, sometimes with financial support, or just helping us kind of promulgate and communicate about what we're doing. So with that, if there's time, I'll be happy to take 1 or 2 questions. Thank you so much.
Do we have any questions? Thank you, Rachel. And maybe you can put the links that you were just mentioning, the DOIs to those papers, in the community notes, which are linked in the webinar chat.
Oh, sure.
But I did just want to check if anyone had any questions specifically for Rachel. If you don't have them right now, we will definitely have time after our 3 speakers have finished. We bring them back. Okay. It looks like there are no immediate questions, so thank you again, Rachel. And now I'm going to introduce our next speaker. I will say I'm really, really excited to see this, this move to open and inclusive forms of evaluation and inclusion, not only in open source software, but now we're moving to philosophy. And so it is my great pleasure to introduce Chris Long, who's a provost and senior vice president at the University of Oregon. Chris, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Nikki, for that introduction. Are my slides viewable? I'm hoping they are. We're navigating a painful period of disruption in higher education in the United States. In recent years, and with escalating force under the current federal administration, we have seen policies that seek to narrow, censor, and constrict the mission of higher education. These efforts are symptoms of a deeper organized effort to redefine what education should be and who it should serve, to discredit expertise, to replace complexity with control, and to transform the university from a place of inquiry to a place of indoctrination. The work of open scholarship in general and of the Public Philosophy Journal in particular are animated by a commitment to put the values we say we care most deeply about, openness, interdisciplinarity, public engagement and impact, and diversity as a source of excellence, to put these values into meaningful practice in everything we do. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Public Philosophy Journal, and particularly the collaborative community review process that we have tried to embody in the work that we do. And I'll also talk a little bit about Pilcrow, which is the application that we have created to facilitate this process. Let me begin with the vision. This slide shows a whiteboard from circa 2013. It's kind of a dream that we had, Mark Fisher and I and others, as we were imagining what it might look like if we practiced public philosophy through the practice of publishing itself. And the idea was, at the time, we were hopeful at the time, you know, let's curate from Twitter. Remember Twitter? Twitter, blogs, the web. Let's curate content people are writing out loud, and let's facilitate an open peer review process, and let's facilitate that process to be published in an online open access journal. And that whiteboard that you see there then moved to become the source of what we were thinking about at the time when we got our first Mellon grant, that we would have this curation from across the web crawling, a source feed, and then we would identify material that we could review, and then we would create an open peer review process. And I'll talk more about how we actually did execute on that process. That would lead to a collaborative writing phase where people would be working together. And then it would be published in the Public Philosophy Journal and facilitate ongoing public scholarly dialogue. The idea was to practice public philosophy through practicing open scholarship. We made good on some of that promise, but the whole crawling the web and curating from the web has had to be moved to a more traditional form of receiving submissions. But in any case, let me talk a little bit about values in active publishing, what I mean by values in active publishing. What we aspire to do in the Public Philosophy Journal is to put our core values into practice. The notion, or what we do is we invite people to submit articles, reflections, sometimes videos about an issue of public concern. And when they do that, we invite them to also suggest to us a member of the community that their work is connected with to serve as one of the reviewers. And then we, on the journal side, connect with a second reviewer. And we facilitate this process, this open peer review process, with a peer community review coordinator. And I'll tell you right now, one of the hardest things for my colleagues in philosophy to do is to identify an actual member of the community that their work connects with to serve as a reviewer. It's a very challenging thing, but it's very important to do that because it also reminds everyone that what we're publishing in the Public Philosophy Journal is work that connects with communities. And the community itself has meaningful wisdom and expertise to bring to bear on the review of the material. So the idea here is to practice public philosophy with the public itself through publishing practices. The core values that we try to embody are these: thick collegiality, ethical imagination, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and transparency and trust. Let me say a word or two about each of these. I'll put in the chat, maybe when I'm done, a link to a blog post about thick collegiality. What we mean by that is we ask people when they submit to commit to a process of dialogue that is designed to deepen the relationships we have with one another. And in particular, when we ask people to come serve as reviewers, we ask them to imagine that they're giving feedback to their friend. The idea that the review has to be anonymous, that we have to be in this agonistic mentality with regard to the content of scholarship, from my perspective, just feeds the toxic energy of the academy, and it's part of what we have to move beyond. It also leads, I think, to poor scholarship. Far the better strategy is to cultivate with intentionality what we're calling thick collegiality, rooted in relations of mutual respect and committed to helping each other ask difficult questions about the work that we are collaborating on. So thick collegiality is designed to sort of think more deeply about what collegiality might mean for each other. Ethical imagination is a commitment to not only have empathy for one another in the review process. That's an important part of ethical imagination, but the imaginative capacity of ethical imagination requires that we imagine the future possibilities for one another that might emerge from the work that we're doing together. So asking somebody to embody practices of ethical imagination in the review process requires that we recognize that what is actually being produced is something we are invested in being publicly available to the world. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Somehow these ideas have become politicized, but from my perspective, that they're at the heart of excellence. They're at the heart of what it means to do excellent research. excellent scholarship. You have to have a diversity of perspectives. You have to have a structure that allows everyone to make contributions in ways that draw on their strengths and their expertise and their wisdom. And so intentionally finding ways to create those conditions as we think about an environment for review is important to us. And then, of course, transparency and trust requires us to return regularly to the values that we say we care most deeply about and push ourselves to actually enact those values in relationship to each other. And that also means when we fail to do that, we work through the vulnerability that comes with falling short of our own expectations of ourselves. So trying to find ways to do all of that in the process of publishing is no simple task. So that brings me to the notion of collaborative community review more broadly. So if those are the values of the journal, the collaborative community review process really requires us to have a sense of friendship and collegiality in thinking about review. This is a picture from a writing workshop that we did in San Francisco some years ago. I just love this picture of two people kind of working together. They're working on a joint article that was then published in the Public Philosophy Journal, and they're facilitating each other's work. For the Public Philosophy Journal, we use the four style criteria questions that we ask people to think about. We ask people to think about, is this material accessible? Does it connect with the public at large? And does it resonate with specific publicly engaged individuals and organizations? So when we do the review, we say, okay, is this comment related to accessibility? You can toggle that on and say, this is related to accessibility. Relevance. Is the issue timely? Is the article responsive to an issue that concerns a specific public community? When we're doing the review and you have a question about the relevance of this, you can toggle that on and make a comment about that. Intellectual coherence. Is it compelling and well-ordered according to the genre of the piece? And then does it cite scholarly dialogue to some degree? And is it engaged beyond the academy, just published materials? Does it engage blogs, magazines, other things that are beyond the academy? So these are the four things we kind of look for and we ask people to think about. We created Pilcrow, and I encourage you to use the QR code there to go to the demo of Pilcrow, which is basically the application that facilitates collaborative community review. Here's a screenshot of the software, the main page there. There are, of course, different permissions for different people, and reviewers, review coordinators, and authors. And then you can see here kind of how it looks in line. It's called Pilcrow because it's marked by paragraphs, which in a digital world, when pages don't really mean much anymore, we've really emphasized the importance of paragraphs and paragraph numbers. And you can see here we have a kind of a comment that speaks to accessibility. And this framework here is open to the review coordinator and to all the reviewers under their actual names, and the reviews are all saved and used and viewable. The other thing we ask people to do is to write a public holistic comment, those people who were in part of the review, so that they could have a micro publication that gets published with the journal itself, so that we can recognize the hard work that goes into review as a scholarly practice. So I will stop there and conclude with this. Periods of intense disruption offer us opportunities for meaningful change. The future of higher education requires us to more intentionally integrate the values we profess to care most deeply about into the policies and scholarly practice that shape academic life. The Public Philosophy Journal and Pilcrow are attempts to cultivate practices that embody habits of collaboration and openness that we hope will not only elevate the quality of the scholarship produced, but enrich the process that gives that scholarship its life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. There's a lot of applause going on here in our Slack channel. Thank you. That moment about the vulnerability of coming to terms with our failure to live up to our expectations of ourselves, I think is something that all of us in academia should be trying to wrestle with currently.
Absolutely.
Are there any questions? Do you need a moment to digest? Any immediate questions for Chris? We have a couple of minutes. Otherwise, we will go on and bring all three back, as I said, for a panel discussion. There are already lots of interesting threads coming through between open source software and philosophy.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not seeing any immediate questions. So thank you, Chris. We'll see you again in a moment.
Yeah.
And I'm now going to introduce our final speaker for this panel on evaluation. This is Meredith Schmel, who is the Open Science Strategy Program Coordinator at the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. Meredith, welcome.
Thank you so much. I'll just share my screen here. All right. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Meredith Schmel, and I work at the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. And this is actually a nice full circle moment for me because I completed my undergraduate training at Carnegie Mellon and got my start in science there. So it's great to be back in this virtual setting, and I look forward to sharing with you some ongoing work that we've been doing at HHMI to prioritize author-shared written research outputs. So for those who are not familiar, the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, or HHMI, is a private research institute that employs scientists conducting biomedical research. And as a part of that work, we have really come to value open science as a core part of our mission at HHMI. What that means for us is that we value science that is open. That is, we want HHMI research to be free to read so that it's accessible to everyone. And we also want it to be free to reuse and to adapt for other purposes. We believe that type of collaboration is really what makes science shine. We also value research that is timely. So we want research to be shared rapidly, and we want authors to be in control of when and how to share their research. And finally, we really want to make sure that researchers are assessed based on the quality of their work. So in order to do that assessment, we need to implement policies that encourage the behaviors that we want to evaluate so that our assessment process directly follows from these values. And we've been taking steps toward aligning our values and practices for many years. So here's a brief timeline of what this has looked like for us. And really, to give you a complete history, I would have to go all the way back to 2003. But for our purposes today, I'll start in 2017. So in 2017, we began requiring that HHMI scientists provide their research articles that are used in scientific reviews, that is their renewal reviews, as public articles. And that could be either as a journal article or as an author-shared preprint. And so that practice really laid the foundation for some other actions that we have taken in more recent years. For example, in 2021, we adopted rights retention. This is the practice of ensuring that our scientists have the right to deposit their author-accepted manuscripts on a repository so that they have control over how and when those articles are shared, regardless of how they might be shared in a journal. And just last year, in 2024, we removed journal names from internal citation formats. What that means is that when our scientists come up for review and renewal, and they provide us with a list of their bibliography, their publications, journal article names are not included there. So we don't have journal titles in any of those citations. And that also applies when scientists come for meetings at HHMI and present their research. There are no journal names on those slides. So these historical actions have been the backdrop for two core publishing policies that are at the heart of open science at HHMI. And over the next few slides, I want to take a moment to introduce you to these two policies so that you can see both where we've been and where we're going next and why. Since 2022, we have been operating under what we call the Open Access to Publications policy. And under this policy, HHMI scientists are required to publish their research under a CC BY license when they publish in a journal. What that means is that the research is free to read and free to share or reuse for any purpose, as long as the person reusing it attributes that work directly to the authors. And so from the perspective of the authors, here's what their workflow might look like. It's a pretty standard publishing workflow. So the authors are going to draft their manuscript, submit it to a journal, and probably go through a few rounds of peer review and revisions. And when they get to the end of that process at acceptance, the authors are required to choose an open access publishing option with a CC BY license. Most commonly that happens at a journal, but this can also happen if they deposit their manuscript on a repository such as PubMed Central. But either way, in both of those cases, it's really the acceptance at a journal that is driving compliance with this policy. So the journal is accepting the paper, and that is what allows the authors to comply. So this is where we've been since 2022, and this has largely been successful in making HHMI funded research free to read, but there are some drawbacks to this process. First, as I mentioned, this process kind of puts journals in charge. So journals get to decide when the article is published based on acceptance, and that means that the scholarship might be delayed. It sort of gets locked up until that acceptance happens. Additionally, there are large expenses that are associated with this process. Generally, journals are charging a few $1,000s to have authors choose the CC BY license. And so in light of these factors, we recently took a look at our policy to reevaluate what this could look like. And just recently in September, we announced to the HHMI community a new version of this policy, which we are calling immediate access to research. And this will fully go into effect in 2026. So under this new policy, HHMI scientists will instead be required to publish preprints of their research. So we're really shifting the focus from journal articles to author-shared outputs. So from the perspective of a researcher, here's what their workflow looks like now. And you may notice it's not actually very different from what I just showed you. So just as before, authors are still going to prepare an initial draft, and they will probably still submit to a journal, although they're not required to. But now the difference is authors are required to publish that initial draft as a preprint on a preprint server, such as bioRxiv. Many of our scientists were already doing this anyway. This is a pretty common practice, and HHMI researchers have really been leaders in preprinting. About 50% of our scientists already publish preprints, but now we'll be getting that number up to 100%. As they go through the journal submission process and they go through peer review and revisions, what we will now require is that they update that preprint with a revised preprint along the way. So now we get to see that process of peer review and revisions happening in real time. So that scholarship will now be able to be visible so that we can see the scientific process and make that more transparent. And again, many of our scientists were already doing this too. So about 30% of HHMI preprints already have multiple versions, and now we'll be getting that number again up to 100%. And then if scientists choose to publish in a journal, which again, they are not required to do, they will now have a choice. They can either publish with an open access option as they did before, or now they are free to choose a paywalled or subscription option. And that's because we will no longer be looking at the journal article for compliance and evaluation. Instead, we're going to be looking at those preprints, asking how many versions were there, what was the license, and really using the content of that preprint to evaluate the scientist's work. So what this means now is that we will actually be looking at preprints for the site of evaluation. So for all articles that are submitted on or after January 1st, 2026, HHMI lab heads are going to submit the most recent version of their preprint, not any subsequent journal article, for consideration in their renewal review process. This also means that journal article names will continue to be redacted from the review process because we're going to focus on the preprints. But we will spruce up the PDF of that preprint to kind of make it look a little bit more visually appealing, make it look more like a traditional journal article so that we can value it as the scientific contribution that it really is. So the advisors and reviewers are going to evaluate the science based on the quality of the work itself, not based on which journal it was published in or other prestige metrics. Now, because our new process for evaluation is so intertwined with this new policy, we want to ensure that our scientists are informed and empowered to be successful. So I'm going to share with you some resources that we're providing to HHMI researchers to help them put their best foot forward as we shift the focus of assessment from journal articles to preprints. And these resources are all contained within what we're calling the HHMI Workspace. This is a new internal site that we just recently released to our community, and it serves as a one-stop shop for open access compliance, research integrity, and other research communication needs. What I'm showing you here is one of the first items that we released in this workspace, which we call the Compliance Wizard. And it's essentially a questionnaire that folks can use when they have a publication that is getting ready to submit. And they can answer some questions about the policies that apply and where they are in the publishing process, and receive a tailored list of next steps and guidance on what to do to be compliant. So for example, they might see something like this, where the system will direct them to submit their preprint to bioRxiv or another preprint server. And then they'll receive a reminder to publish revised preprints as they move through that publishing process. And very soon, we're going to be adding the ability to submit to bioRxiv directly via the workspace. So that directly supports scientists in complying with the policy that will come into effect in 2026. And we're also taking this one step further to help authors stay informed about how they're going to be evaluated. Once a paper is published as a preprint or a journal article, it goes into our internal database, and we can actually surface this information for scientists so that they know where they stand. They can see any compliance issues that might require action on their part, and they can receive guidance before it's time for their next review. So this is just one of the resources that we're providing to our scientists to help support them in their evaluation process. And by providing these resources, we're able to align our researcher assessment practices with this policy shift toward preprints, so that we're evaluating scientists based on the values that are most important to us. And what enables us to do this are the actions that we've been taking for many years to prioritize author sharing rights and to put open, accessible science at the forefront. So I hope you can see how this all really fits together. At HHMI, we value ensuring that science is shared freely and rapidly, and using those values to inform how we assess the quality and practice of researchers' work. And we enable and support all of this using policies and resources that empower our scientists to take ownership over their scholarship and to accelerate discovery, which of course is really what open science is all about. So I want to thank you all for your attention and the opportunity to speak with you today, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Meredith. And we actually do have one question in the chat for you. Someone is wondering why you choose to spruce up a preprint to look more like a journal article, and doesn't that suggest that a preprint perhaps isn't good enough?
That's a good question. So when we spruce up the preprints, we're not doing anything to the content. So we really want the content to stand on its own merit. But what we're doing is making it look a little bit more visually appealing in a similar way to how a journal might do that typesetting and formatting. And what we think that does is really help our evaluators and advisors to just focus on the content rather than sort of that generic double-spaced of what you might see on a preprint server with, the line numbers and those sorts of things. It just makes the content a little bit more accessible. It also standardizes everything across all of the articles. So those are just some of the reasons that we do that.
Thank you. And we actually have one more for you before we bring our others on. Oh, two more. Okay, we're doing two more and then we're going to bring the others on. Okay. One of them is, can you elaborate on the technical infrastructure that HHMI has, and what are the automated or machine actionable steps in there?
That's a great question. So I think that question is probably referring to how are we tracking compliance? So I can just speak to that briefly. So we use a database tool called Airtable, and we are able to pull information from public bibliometric databases like Crossref and OpenAlex using their APIs, pull that information into a database and sort of track this compliance over time. That's how we're able to surface a list of publications for each of our scientists, and we also use that for a number of other things across the Institute. If that person has questions specific to how we're doing that, I'm happy to talk about that separately as well.
Wonderful. And then our last question, specifically for you. Okay, so many author agreements restrict sharing of the author's accepted manuscript, right, for an embargo period. And so the question is, do you think this could cause an issue for your authors if they've already uploaded a revised preprint in a timely manner?
Also a great question. So this is an area of the landscape that is really changing quite a bit. Journals in the past did not necessarily really support preprints at all. And so now that we're thinking about revised preprints, there's sort of this question of, will this mindset continue to shift? And so this is something that we are actively working with publishers on to determine how we can work together to sort of collaborate on what the next generation of publishing models might look like. So that's something that we're actively thinking about.
Wonderful. Okay, at this moment, I'd like to bring our other speakers back. So hoping that we still have Rachel and Chris. Hi, all. Welcome back. I'm going to very cheekily exercise moderator's privilege and ask a question that I have, and then absolutely open it up, because I'm really intrigued by, in all three of your talks, what seems to be a relationship between openness, being willing to undergo an open review process, right? Prestige, as in removing journal names, which I'm suspecting, Meredith, is one of the reasons why you guys do that, is to kind of take out that whole sort of a prestige indicator that could be somewhat worthless. And then early sharing, right? So all of these seem to be related to vulnerability, right? And a kind of vulnerability that's not necessarily learned or taught in the academy. And I'm wondering what you all think either our institutions or our faculty members can do to help encourage more vulnerability and more willingness to take the sort of risks that you're suggesting.
Well, I could start maybe. I appreciate the question, Nikki. The Academy is not known for fostering vulnerability among its community members. And I think one of the reasons why we experience such a kind of toxic energy in the Academy is because we haven't learned how to cultivate practices of vulnerability in the way in which scholarship is produced. There's a long history of a notion that truth emerges out of an agonistic engagement with ideas. And, I'm an ancient Greek philosophy professor, so I know the history of that, of that idea. I don't think the war and battle and wrestling metaphor is as useful as as other metaphors might be for knowledge creation. And so the Public Philosophy Journal tries to build on the metaphor of friendship, and also create the opportunity for us to be with one another as we try to make something better. And so I think we need to practice it. And then we also need to demonstrate it. And one of the things I appreciate about all the presentations is the way that the process by which scholarship is produced is being highlighted. We have this misunderstanding that somehow ideas should be published like Athena from the head of Zeus, like fully armed and ready to go, and with, as if it didn't go through a dialogue and process and all the things that I think so many of us care so deeply about when we think about how we do our own work with our friends and in conversation over a coffee or in a workshop. So we need to practice it, and then we need to figure out how to support one another as we move through the processes, whether you're in a career track where you're getting reviewed or tenure track where you're getting reviewed, that where we're actually recognizing that revision is actually a sign that you're learning, that you're getting better. I mean, we're supposed to be learning institutions. So I think we do need to think intentionally about how we're putting a commitment to learning into practice.
Thanks. Yeah, one of my colleagues just mentioned the idea of vulnerability actually being sort of the process of becoming open access humans, almost opening ourselves up, which I really like. Meredith or Rachel, I'm wondering if you have anything to add there.
Yeah, sure. So I think something that struck me while listening to the other two talks that I think also dovetails well with what Chris was just saying was that, and dovetails also with sort of the broader goals of the open science, open software, open whatever movement, is that ultimately it comes back to culture change, right? And culture change is like kind of one of the hardest things to do. And something I thought was really interesting from the three different talks in this session that all come from slightly different intellectual communities and standpoints was sort of the amount of strategic thought that had clearly gone into like, how can we leverage aspects of our community's culture that are already aligned with these things to sort of like jumpstart some other things that we would like to change, and how that sort of manifested differently in each of those talks based on what kinds of norms and cultures already exist within those communities, whether it's a tool that people use or a practice that's already been adopted or whatever the case may be. And then using that to kind of, okay, push that next little step of how can we sort of establish a norm that we think is more healthy, more open, more whatever. And I think the vulnerability that you're talking about fits right into that, right? So, I mean, I can give one brief example from my experience working with JOS. Like some of the most heartwarming aspects of doing the work are, sometimes we'll have a somewhat contentious review process where the reviewers are really pushing the authors and saying, okay, this you really ought to be using this kind of best practice here and setting things up this way or that way. And it's sometimes those that really surprise me, where at the end the author is extremely effusive and says, like, thank you so much to all the reviewers for all because they recognize that it takes time on their part too to articulate those critiques. And many times, and I think it's a testament to the culture we've created at JOS that people are able to be reflective and see that really did make their software better, make it more, easy to be adopted by a new user or easy to extend by someone who wants to contribute to it. And we have a whole channel on the editorial Slack called Feel Good, where people just post nice comments and nice little experiences they have like that, where at the end of a review, an author says, thank you so much to so-and-so for this, or I really feel like this made the whole product better. And I think, encouraging and uplifting those things is a huge part of that, right? Like realizing that we can appreciate each other even when we're doing these kinds of hard things. And I think, Chris definitely spoke to some of those ideas too about sort of, I think it was thick collegiality, kind of engaging in those tough conversations that ultimately make the work better and make everyone kind of intellectually richer for it. So I think it comes back to culture, and it seems like we had three sort of interesting examples in the previous talks, I think.
I like that a lot. That really resonates. And just to build on the idea of culture change, I think something that is really critical for that is training the next generation of early career researchers to adopt some of these practices. So this is something that we think about at HHMI. We have a program called Transparent and Accountable Peer Review, or TAP, which trains graduate students and postdocs in the practice of open peer review of preprints. So we have them come for a workshop on peer review, and then they conduct a number of peer review reports that are then posted publicly and sent to the preprint authors. And the hope is that they will take what they've learned and bring that back to their labs. When they run labs someday, if they choose to do that, they will implement those practices. And so I think really building from the bottom up is something that can help when we're thinking about those big shifts in culture.
Absolutely. And, you know, as we're on the topic of culture change, there's another question that's come from the audience that I think is really interesting. And so this person's wondering if anyone has ideas for how we can promote a culture that shares because of the inherent good versus because of some kind of compliance.
I mean, this is maybe a little bit repetitive with what I said before, but I think, you know, it is about sort of promulgating those norms and creating the culture ultimately. And I think those things often, when that's done the right way, can be self-sustaining. Of course, the question is, how do you create that in the first place? I mean, again, coming from the sort of open source software perspective, I think it's something that, you know, it is one of those things that in some ways we can already leverage, because there are people who bought into the idea of open source software, that developing software in an open way and making it freely available makes it better, helps more people use it, helps people find bugs and improve it, and all of these sorts of things. And so I think, you know, whether that's, you know, necessarily sharing because of an inherent good or sharing because of some other benefit that's not specifically compliance, maybe you can kind of quibble about the semantics there, but I think ultimately the outcome is the same. Like, if you're doing it sort of perfunctorily for compliance, it's definitely different than if you do it because you believe there's some inherent benefit, whether it's the act of sharing itself is good, or there are other positive things that come from that. I think those two are more equivalent than the perfunctory compliance one, on the other hand. So I think just, you know, really showcasing what other benefits there are, and letting people's own sort of incentive landscapes drive them, hopefully, can be a part of it at least.
I don't know, Meredith, do you want to weigh in on that one?
Sure. You know, I think, again, this relates back to the previous question, but I think that in thinking about how we train people and the policies that we implement, it's not really all just about compliance. It really is about looking at the values and the things that are important to us and the behaviors that we want to foster, and how can we foster that either through policy or through other things, whether it's resources or training or just the things that we talk about and celebrate. So we do a lot of work to celebrate good open science practices in our community that aren't related to our policy. You know, we write stories on our website about these things. We celebrate people who are implementing good tools and open data. We also have historically sort of rewarded behavior that is in line with open science, but not with our policy. For example, pre-printing even before that was required. So I definitely appreciate how we don't want it to all just be, you know, compliance all the time. But I think that compliance is one of the tools that we can use to achieve some of these big culture shifts that we've been talking about.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, one of the things I appreciate about what you're doing at HHMI is you're using the leverage you have as a funder to require some things. So there, you know, the compliance piece is important in that regard. But the spirit of the question, I think, is really interesting in so far as it points us or invites us to consider all the ways in which we instrumentalize practices of scholarship and also instrumentalize the educational process overall, as if it weren't inherently valuable to pursue truth and press the boundaries of knowledge. So the more we can actually embody those commitments in our work together, not because I mean, compliance is a low bar. Like, yeah, we've got to comply with all the various things, but why is openness, why is HHMI and why are we all advocating for openness? Because it's better. It makes for better scholarship. It opens us to new ideas. It pushes us in ways that we might not expect. It so for all those reasons, it's better. And so we may need to prime the pump with a little compliance at certain points, but we have to move as a culture in higher education away from instrumentalizing every single thing, particularly as we rail against all the ways in which higher education has been instrumentalized in our culture, as if there's a return on investment for private, economic development, whatever else we might say. Why are we involved in education? Well, we're involved in education for growth, personal and public growth, and for pushing the boundaries of human knowledge. That's why we're doing it. At least that's why many of us are doing it. And what we find ourselves in too often is a system that forces us to impoverish that sense of what we're trying to do into instrumental terms to serve a system, to serve a metrics-driven, prestige-operated system and then we wonder why we're so tired and disheartened, and why the public hates us, and why nobody's coming to our defense when we're under systematic attack. So we've got to work on that. We got to work on our side, but we've also got to model it by saying this is what we're all about. This is not an instrumentalized endeavor to indoctrinate people or whatever else someone might think of it as. It's an important human pursuit, and that's why we're all in it, I hope.
I mean, if a neuroscientist, a philosopher, and a material scientist can come together and agree on something like that, one would think we might be able to change some stuff. I have a question from the audience that's a little more maybe practical in nature. And it's asking about, a lot of the projects that you all talked about do depend on a significant amount of volunteer labor, I think, and grantors. And so one of the questions is, can you speak to the sustainability issues? And I think we're talking broadly technical and social related to the initiatives that you all discussed. Rachel, do you want to kick us off there?
Sure. Yeah, so I think there's kind of a few, I don't know, levels or scopes at which you could which one could address this question. I think one thing that I alluded to very briefly in the talk, but as I also mentioned, is taking up a huge amount of time and thought and discussion and meetings and things on the editorial team of JOS at the moment is the tremendous capacity of AI and LLMs in particular just generate a ton of content. And people are seeing this across the publishing ecosystem, and we're no exception. It's quite easy to get these tools to generate large amounts of code that basically runs it can checklist up the wazoo. It can make, nice looking documentation and all of these sorts of things that we tend to look for in our initial checks. And it's creating an acute sustainability issue at the moment, because we've had a huge uptick in the number of submissions. We don't have a good automated way to screen out these things. We don't even know what our rules are. I mean, I think we're generally have consensus that it's not a categorical no on any use of these tools at all, but it's also clearly not okay if you just generate the whole thing with this and there's no human involvement at all, and we don't really know where the line should be, how to draw that, how to enforce it. And that's an evolving and ongoing conversation. But in the meantime, it's really causing, I think the backlog just in my track right now is that you typically wait several weeks or a month before your submission even enters pre-review at the moment, which is just the process of sort of getting things started, doing some very basic initial checks, finding the editors or finding the reviewers, who will eventually review it. So that's one example of a sustainability challenge that we're dealing with right now. I think to the broader question, I think this is a question for the publishing ecosystem more broadly. That's certainly in the water in academia generally. This sort of publisher perish and the acceleration of publication rates and expectations is putting a strain on all varieties and parts and branches of this system in terms of probably maybe most acutely peer reviewer effort, but not only there. And so that's not unique to open publishing. I think JOS, as I also mentioned briefly, you know, one of the tools that we have is just a lot of thought and smart developers and developer effort has gone into automating a lot of things that would normally take human effort, which definitely improves the sustainability piece. The fact that we have run quite sustainably in an almost entirely volunteer basis for 10 years now, I think speaks to that. And even amidst the sort of acceleration and rate of publication, you know, we're able to bring on more editors who are enthusiastic to help out. We're able to find reviewers most of the time and all of these things. And so automation obviously plays a role, as much as I was sort of decrying a kind of automation in terms of the LLM stuff just a moment ago. It's about, you know, figuring out how to best deploy these kinds of tools, use them to assist people rather than overwhelm them. So maybe I'll stop there. I know that's not sort of a complete answer, but you know, a few thoughts and some perspective from the at least open source software side in particular.
I think those are some great insights from the technical side, and we definitely face some of those similar questions as well. Another area of sustainability that I would just point to is partnerships and relationships, in terms of who else in the scholarly ecosystem is coming along with us as we are bringing these new ideas to the forefront. So, you know, we mentioned the importance of working together with journals to make sure that we're coming to a collaborative solution on these publishing models. I think another important player here is other institutes and funders. So it's certainly one thing for HHMI to come up with policies and practices for our scientists to follow, but if they have other funders or institutions that are requiring something else of them, for example, still publishing open access in journals, then that creates some conflicts or potentially some challenges. So I think there's a lot of work to do to help sustain this through some of those collaborations and partnerships moving forward.
Yeah, I would speak to this on a couple levels. The first one is we tried in the Public Philosophy Journal to give those who are reviewing an opportunity to have a kind of publication that can be an indicator of the work that was done. So the notion of a public holistic comment that we invite our reviewers to do after the review period, that gets a DOI, it gets published with the piece. It's a micro publication that they can put on their resume, their CV, and they can, rather than just say I reviewed papers for these journals, they actually have some things they can point to make that legible. So that's an important component. It always has been of the Public Philosophy Journal. We are also now speaking Meredith's point about relationships. That's really at the heart of the sustainability of the Public Philosophy Journal. We're connected with the Public Philosophy Network, and I am in the process of transitioning the kind of managing editor role to the Public Philosophy Network, so that we can sustain it more broadly, and it's not so dependent on my engagement with it. And then I'm trying to leverage some of the resources that I have as a provost in my research funds to support it a little bit financially that way. So trying to leverage the institutional leverage that I have here in my own role, and trying to find ways to do that. It's not a Mellon funding that scale, but it's important. It's something to help the editors and the research assistants to do that. And then the last thing is Pilcrow itself has been an interesting endeavor. So that emerged out of the Mellon Foundation funding. Now it's got NSF funding. It's been connected with the mesh research at MSU. And the idea here is that the review platform, people the idea we hope is to integrate it into the Knowledge Commons so that people can use it to review preprints and other things that people might have. And you can set your own style criteria. You don't have to choose the ones we had. You can, when you implement the Pilcrow, you can choose your style criteria. Hey, read it for these 3 things, and you can have that, so that it would sustain itself outside of the Public Philosophy Journal as such. So trying to find ways to model these habits of collaborative review more broadly.
Absolutely. We have about 5 minutes left before everyone gets to go on a hopefully real coffee break. If you have a burning question and you want to put it in the chat, do it now. I have to do 2 things. One is that Meredith, there is a big shout out to HMI for supporting your researchers in transitioning away from inflated and artificial journal prestige. And so I just want to make sure you see that whole thing. You'll be able to see it in there. There was another question, and I need to check my own assumption on this because I made an assumption that the removing the journal names was because of prestige, but I actually just want to check in with you that that's what it is because someone asked.
Yes, I would say that's essentially accurate. We're just removing that prestige metric and trying to remove anything that could bias the evaluators' opinions of the work. So we really want the science to stand for itself. So, asking people to look at what was the experiment, are the results supported, how impactful is that work, not things like how many citations did it get or what journal was it published in.
Okay, and we got a late breaking big question. Are you all ready for this one? All right, so in 5 minutes, when we have opportunities to weigh in briefly on our priorities for recruiting university leadership, can you suggest ways to describe the commitment to fostering the kind of vulnerability you've all been discussing in a way that recruiters can work with? Or are there questions we can ask of candidates to elicit their level of engagement with these topics?
Well, I'll jump in on that one. For one thing I would encourage, I will just talk a little bit about how I try to do that as a provost to look for people who are committed to this kind of work. Push to examples. I mean, questions that have to do with moments where you didn't succeed at something. Not in the abstract, but give us an example, and what did you learn? Those kinds of questions are really important. Another one that I use quite a bit, it's amazing how an interview changes when you ask this question. I often ask people, can you talk to me a little bit about what your practices of self-reflection are? Do you have practices of self-reflection? If somebody doesn't even understand how to answer that question, they're pretty much, that's a huge red flag from my perspective. But normally you get really interesting answers. People sort of, their mask of what the interview kind of modality sometimes melts away a little bit, and they talk about, well, they journal, or they exercise, they run, they pray, they meditate, and what I'm interested in there is this a person who is going to be able to think about the implications of their actions on the world? I can't tell you how many conversations I've had in my career as an administrative leader where I've had to have a hard conversation with someone and they proclaim that this is flabbergasting and absolute news to them, and how could this even be a thing, when it's clear to anybody who's had 10 minutes with the person that there's an issue, or that this is a possible thing that you might want to be reflecting on. So the capacity for self-reflection is a huge, important component of what I think you're going to want to look for in a leader. That's what I said.
Meredith or Rachel, do either of you have anything you're like, that's the question I want to ask someone?
I don't know if I have anything major to add. I think one, just from my own experience as, a fairly junior faculty member, I think something I've appreciated that I think is very related to this, to a lot of what Chris was saying, and I think also what the question touches on is, openness to hearing genuine critiques and concerns from members of the community at every level, whether that's other faculty members or students or staff or whoever the case may be, and thinking broadly and creatively about ways to get that feedback, right? Realizing that not everyone is necessarily going to be comfortable in the same kind of setting for doing that. like we here at CMU, we have this initiative called the Center for Faculty Success that puts out a lot of resources around, a lot of kind of logistical things around, administrivia, fundraising, and all these kinds of things. But they also do a lot of this kind of sort of feedback gathering too, and they organized a series of roundtables that I thought were really thoughtfully broken out in terms of faculty members, both at different stages and on different tracks, to really talk to them and understand, what are sticking points, what are challenges for you that you're running into, what are issues, things that leadership might be able to have some leverage to help with. And in these particular cases, there was a lot of assurance that these things, if you want them to be, can be kind of anonymized, and so it's not someone higher up the ladder is going to just know, oh, so and so from that department is just whining about whatever. So I think willingness to think creatively about creating those kinds of structures and regularly kind of exercising them and reflecting on them can go a long way towards fostering that more sort of open culture and hopefully moving towards positive changes in those communities.
Thank you. Meredith, do you have any closing remarks here?
Yeah, I think just to reflect on that, or to bring it back to something that we were discussing earlier, I think really the ability to establish relationships and partners is very important. So I think that's one thing that I've really taken away from this conversation, is that there is so many factors at play that really we all need to be working together on what the next iteration of open science is going to look like. And so that's definitely something that I would look for in recruiting leadership, or really anyone in science, is that ability to look for what are my gaps and where can I fill my cup using other people's skills and expertise, and how can we work together to make our goals happen.
I really love that. I may we all go forth with self-reflection and vulnerability and community across the disciplines. I want to thank our speakers so much. Thank you, Meredith, Chris, and Rachel, for a really lively and, heartening discussion. We're really, really grateful for you to be here. Those of you in the audience, we are going to take a 15-minute break. Go, please have some coffee, have some self-reflection, and return to us at 3 o'clock Eastern for a session on open data. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. My name is Alfredo Gonzalez. I am the Research Data Librarian here at CMU Libraries. And we're going to start with our last session of today. This is our fourth session for 15-minute talks. We will have time for a couple of questions, one or two in between talks. And at the end, we'll have all the speakers back to discuss in a panel Q&A. So please don't forget to use the Q&A section to write down your questions. And also we have some community notes that you can also access to. I cannot express how happy I am to hear about data, open data from other folks. So I don't want to take any more time from our speakers. Let's start with our first speaker. He's Steve Diggs. He's the Research Data Specialist and Senior Product Management at California Digital Library. And Steve, whenever you're ready, please start. Thank you for coming.
Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Yes. Thumbs up. Okay, cool. I'm going to talk about endangered climate data and the societal impacts, and I'm really focused on the data. So I wanted to thank the organizers for putting on this symposium and thank them as well for the invitation. As it is a webinar, many of us come from home. 2 warnings. I got movies. They may not run, but I can talk through them. And then I have a dog sitting behind me who is just waiting to pounce on the Amazon delivery person should they show up. It's the right time of day on the West Coast. All right.
Steve, can you wait a minute? We're looking at your browser, not at your slides.
Sorry. Let's see if I can't share the right thing then. Let's see. Is that better?
Yes, I can see them.
Okay, cool. All right. So first of all, 5 points to Gryffindor. If you can tell me what this is, where this is, and when this is. You can use the Q&A to type that in, and that ought to start oiling the machine for our Q&As later. But you got to get all 3. If you got just 2, then you won't be scored as high. And I will get into this at the end, and it kind of ties us all back together. I work for the California Digital Library, which is an office within the University of California. It's located in the office of the president, which is at the center of this 10-campus system. Within that, there's a California Digital Library, and within that is the University of California Curation Center, or UC3. And some of my duties are data publication and data metrics, and data software and skills training, and I specialize in ocean and climate data. So let's talk about what do we mean by data rescue, especially this year. It seems that the public's imagination has been captured by these sort of this natural tension between a change in national priorities around climate science and groups of people rushing to move those data elsewhere so that with the intention of keeping climate science moving. If the data aren't there, then we imagine climate scientists sitting around like stuffed animals until they get their climate data back. But in truth, data rescue can mean a variety of things. We've had things that preceded this year, notably from the Harper administration in Canada, CSIRO from our Australian colleagues, the same thing has happened. And then right around this time last year, and for weeks at a time, oddly enough and ironically, the place where hurricane data were stored, or hurricane data are stored, was wiped out by a hurricane. And so what we may need to do with data is pre-rescue it, and that's where open science comes in. But let's not get ahead of things. We've been losing data for decades. We have a couple of Nature papers in addition to other studies that show that these data, as time goes by, get harder and harder to find. There was a study by the Belmont Forum in 2017 that showed that researchers really spent about 80% of their time, 70 to 80% of their time, wrangling data. And then that number actually gets worse for climate data. And you can see on there from that most climate change research is not accessible. As you might imagine, if you can't access the data, given the fragile and opportunistically funded climate data ecosystem that we have, if you have a changing priority, national priority around climate science, climate data, it could mean that those data are much easier to lose track of. So Open Science for Climate is defined this way by the Go Fair project in the EU, that open science data is a deliberate collaborative way of doing research, which the observations, models, and code, so everything, even the workflows, are fair. And we had an earlier definition of fair in the symposium, but I really want to focus on what non-professional scientists or non-climate domain experts can do with the data, because we never know how these data are going to be combined with other statistical, societal data. And that's going to be very, very important for rising temperatures, sea level rise, changing atmospheric chemistry, and the like. It turns out that we have a very well defined general workflow that we've agreed upon over decades, from planning and observations. You can see various things in this data life cycle, which looks like the generalized version of the life cycle, that has some fair components, from a data management plan in the planning phase to the processing and producing adequate and domain appropriate metadata, and then the calibration analysis, and then publishing the data at the end in the last part of that data life cycle circle. This is even more explicitly spelled out from the IOC, the International Oceanographic Commission, and in conjunction with the UN Ocean Data Decade. We have an Ocean Data Decade, not to imply that other decades don't involve the ocean, but being that about 94% of global warming goes into the ocean is one of the most important components of climate change. And when we talk about rescuing those data or preserving access to those data for the researchers, we're really, really talking about ocean data. So you can see the various parts of open science as defined and actual in practice in these squares here, spelling out fair. Here's a partial list, and I didn't just choose these at random, but you'll see in a few minutes why I chose them. This is a partial list of open Earth science data. It has sufficient metadata around it. It has people associated with it who you can call and talk to about the appropriate uses for these data. And these data can be combined in various ways to get a much better picture of climate. As it turns out, because these data are so fair and so usable and accessible, they are low on the priority list for things that need to be rescued. A person that I know pretty well, one of my colleagues in a different part of my life, is not a geoscientist, was not trained in earth science, but wanted to build an application that would help other people visualize what our climate and our earth look like through some of these data sets. And he had to go down that previous list and talk to all of those people for how to analyze and how to visualize these data so that anybody could access them even on their phone. That is a platform called Earth Null School Net. It is now an application a free application in both Google and iOS, the web stores for them. And you may have seen this graphic before, but you may not see what it, or have seen what it can do. So let's take a moment and use this application to see what open science could look like. So I used this platform last year to take a look at some of the hurricanes during our hurricane season in 2024. You can see some of the constituents that I used, and you can see the surface currents and the sea surface temperature. As you might imagine, the purple and red is hotter temperatures, and you can almost predict where the hurricanes are going to pick up intensity this time in the Gulf of Mexico. So I'm looking around at sea surface temperatures and I'm seeing them hovering around 30 degrees. And you can see these hurricanes forming, coming off the Yucatan and heading straight into the target in Tampa. This is open science in action, open science, open data in action. These are things you can do on your phone or on any computer. That's what we mean by having something like open science and open data. Originally, at the beginning of this talk, I put up a picture. If any of you said it was the aurora, you are correct. We had some solar activity and magnetic activity around Earth that made the probability of a visible aurora much, much higher, much further south than usual. The location was my wife's hometown of Avon and Plainfield, Indiana. It was the aurora, and that was on Tuesday, November 11th. So hats off to you if you got that correct. If you had bothered to look on the earlier list, you can see that Aurora, the Ovation product, is one of those geoscience products that we are visualizing on this platform that is completely open. Anybody can use it. If you want to use this flow code and take a picture with it with your phone, you can replicate what I just did by going to the following address or just put in the URL. And with that, thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to your questions during the Q&A period.
Thank you so much, Steve. Let me see if we have a couple of questions from the audience or not.
I think there's one question here, and I'm going to be very careful with their name. I think it's from Gauthami Penn, who says, the Northern Lights maybe last night or night before seen maybe from Tennessee. So they were really, really close, really close. It's not but a few hours drive. And I had a few other pictures from North Carolina and some people in other states as well. Well done.
Any other questions? I guess if not, you can save them for our panel discussion. We can move with the next speaker. Thank you so much. So our next speaker, I'm super excited about introducing our next speaker. She's Linda Kellam, the Director of Research Data and Digital Scholarship at Penn Libraries. She's also a founding member of the Data Rescue Project, which I am very fond of. So I'm very excited to hear what she has to tell us. So please, Linda, you can start whenever you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the invitation. Excuse me, I'm so excited to be a part of this symposium. I'm speaking to you again, yes, as a founder member of the Data Rescue Project. I'm one of the people grabbing data, but it's a little bit more than that. So I'll talk about what we're actually doing to preserve data for the long term in a publicly accessible way. Open research data open research is, of course, much broader than federal data or data loss. We're facing a set of challenges in the US and in other countries that present both outright and oblique attacks on research and science. And when we think about open research, we have to consider those broader challenges. But we also have to start somewhere. And in moments like this, doing something, however small, is better than doing nothing at all. So today I'm going to talk about what our group has been doing, especially to respond to attacks on the American federal statistical system. So I'm sure all of you know that public open data shared ethically form one of the core foundations of open research. They enable reproducibility, evidence-based policymaking, public accountability, and inclusive scholarship. And the federal government is the US federal government is among the world's largest producers of data, including economic statistics, environmental measures, demographic indicators, and more. And most of that data is in the public domain with only a few exceptions. This means that public data are often used for other sources of information, and they permeate our everyday lives, whether we're aware of them or not, aware of it or not. And we are finding that people are not aware of it. So one of our goals is the Data Rescue Project is to raise awareness of the importance of US federal data. Moreover, despite recent attacks on federal data sources, our federal data collection has been widely recognized as widely trusted, widely used, and often the most authoritative source of information. And we've heard this theme echoed over the past 10 months in all kinds of venues, from hedge fund managers to local NGOs who are concerned about what's been happening. But that foundation, as strong as it seems, is also vulnerable. So over the past 10 months, we've been seeing shifting political ideals, ideological driven restructurings, administrative changes, and budget cuts that affect how data are collected, maintained, made accessible, and preserved. And these are just a few of the data sets that we know that have been impacted in various ways. There are other sources that are at risk or no longer have adequate infrastructural or human support. And when government priorities shift, data may be lost, altered, or become more difficult to access. Recently, the Data Index, America's Data Index, is another group conducted an informal poll called Dearly Departed Data Sets. And they found that only a small number of data sets have been fully removed from access. But Denise Ross noted, and she's the former chief data officer, she commented that even when data sets remain technically online, many are at risk of, and this is a quote, death by 1,000 cuts, weakened by the loss of staff expertise, contracts, and scientific advisory committees. Just because a data set hasn't been explicitly killed off doesn't mean that an agency still has the capacity to collect, protect, process, and publish that data. So when we talk about open data, it isn't enough to ensure access to rescue data. I agree with that completely. We have to consider long-term accessibility, metadata, provenance, and platform stability. So the Data Rescue Project began in February 2025 as a partnership between 3 data professional and librarian organizations, iAssist, which I work for, RDAP, and the Data Curation Network. And our leaders had been in discussions for a while about how to respond to the information that was being erased, especially in response to the CDC data and the USAID's website being taken down. We realized at the time that it couldn't be a solo effort. We needed to work with others. And I can talk later if you're interested about how we've been working with other groups. It's been really heartening to see the coordination across a lot of different community groups. We also chose to focus on social data. There is a group that focuses on environmental data, but none of us are environmental experts. We focused on the data we know best, which is particularly data about marginalized communities or sexual orientation and gender identity. We didn't see any other group really doing that. And so we wanted to try and make sure that we could back up and preserve those data for the long term. So in 10 months since our launch, we've helped rescue over 1,000 data sets across multiple agencies. And we use the term data set broadly here because there are some aggregate statistics that are incredibly useful for people, especially non-researchers who we care quite a bit about. And we want to make sure that those aggregate statistics or those visualizations or those stories or those data dashboards are still accessible. And this is significant. 1,000 doesn't seem like a big number, but it's actually very significant because data rescue isn't about quick scraping. It takes expertise and time to curate data sets. So today we had a hackathon just a couple of hours ago, and we had a lot of data librarians working to help make the metadata in ICPSR a lot better to improve the metadata that we've gotten for our rescue data sets, in addition to rescuing data sets. We also have a tool for nominations and active rescues. So this is the workflow we've been using. We've been training people on how to curate data even people who aren't data librarians who don't come from our background. So we want to provide a structured mechanism for those who rescue data, a clear workflow and processes that anyone can jump into, whether on their own or as part of an event. And one of our goals, as I said before, is to make our data as accessible as possible, as quickly as possible. So we've been using a crowdsourced repository called Data Lumos that's available through ICPSR. And ICPSR, if you aren't familiar, is a data archive at the University of Michigan, and they've been a key partner for us in this effort. In 2017, in response to what was then more concern about environmental data, they created Data Lumos, which is a dedicated sub-repository designed to preserve and provide access to US government data sets and even local government data sets. So we've uploaded over 1,200 data sets at this point, most through the DRP. And we started with Department of Education, because it was a department close to our hearts and something we were very concerned to be at risk. Through November, we've also seen, we track usage statistics, and we've seen over 10,000 downloads of this data. So this infrastructure really helped us move beyond temporary fixes and into more sustainable sharing, which was certainly a lesson that was learned in 2017. Another lesson we learned is that it's easy to lose track of data, of rescued data across the many organizations that get involved, especially if events are going on across the country. So we first created a tracker to try and track backups of rescued data. That was really helpful, but it's a spreadsheet, so it was not the most user-friendly. With the help of New America Institute out of DC, we actually created the Data Rescue Project portal. They created it for us, and then came to us and said, would you like to have this? And we said, heck yes. So this is a wonderful addition. It allows for categorization of the data sets across the different backups, and a little bit more user-friendly interface. We also have been working with other campaigns beyond just focused on data rescues. And this is really where I think the power of this kind of coordinated community action, you can really see the power of this kind of coordinated community action. So one of the campaigns that we helped with is called Save Our Signs, which is in response to orders to take down national park signage. We were able to get 10,000 photos, over 300 national park sites, that is now in a data set that anybody can use for their own community, or if they just want to map it or do anything with it, really. So we're very proud of the fact that we were able to get this kickstarted and spread the word about Save Our Signs. So if our work, or the work of our sister organizations, who I don't have time to talk about today, but I'm happy to talk about in the Q&A, if that work inspires you, I encourage you to learn more and contact us. We have numerous opportunities to get involved, and we're also just excited to talk to people about what they're doing. You're welcome to share our resources. If you have backed up data somewhere, please get in touch and we can put that into our portal. We would love to just learn more about what your organization is doing if this is something that you're interested in. Over the last 10 months, we've encountered some complex challenges, and we have a lot of questions that we face. One of those is just what happens to restricted access data. We know that some access points to major restricted access data collections are closed. One example that comes to mind is pregnancy risk assessment monitoring system, where that application process was not accessible for a long time. There's also the question of what's the impact on data integrity and data collection towards the future. Data Rescue Project can't do much about that, but that's a serious concern for us as data librarians who support users. Third, how do we create infrastructure to support efforts like these over the long term? Thinking about the wider infrastructure, not just for data rescue, but for data integrity and resilience. How do we create a resilient infrastructure for next time? We know this is going to happen again. We know this is going to happen in other countries. It's not just a US problem. It's not just a US issue. It's something that we need to think about in a global perspective. We actually learned a lot from Saving Ukrainian Cultural Heritage Online, which is focused on the digital heritage of the Ukraine. And one of our commitments is to try to pass on tools for other people who have to do this kind of work. And finally, how do we sustain communities? I think this is an important one that I'll talk a little bit about in a second. So I began my career as a data librarian during the early stages of the open data movement. And I know we've made significant strides in data sharing, reproducibility, open publications, collaborative platforms, and even just data citations. I saw the creation of the idea of data citations during my time as a data librarian. But open science exists within the context of geopolitical realities, shifting institutional commitments, and uneven capacities. The work of the Data Rescue Project is a volunteer-driven response is only one model of how we can support the foundations of open knowledge. Our experience of the DRP underscored the reality that collective responses are stronger and territoriality is actively harmful. We need to work together across professions. We need to work together across borders, and we need to work together to uphold the core principle that public data are a public good that should remain publicly accessible. So thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to more discussion.
Thank you, Linda. We have one question. This is actually from Steve, our previous panelist. He asked if data lumos have a size limit in their single data deposits.
Yeah, they do have a size limit, but they are able to, we've worked with them to open that up just a little bit for certain data sets. And ICPSR is incredibly flexible about, they've been an incredible partner to work with for sure, but they can increase that size to a little bit. The thing to keep in mind with ICPSR, they are taking within Data Lumos a wide array of data, just because of the nature of the situation we're in, but their primary focus is health and social behavioral data. So they do have a content focus, a domain focus, but it's you'll see a lot more in there in Data Lumos besides just social data.
Thank you. I don't see any other question. We might have space for one question, but if there's no more questions, maybe we can move forward. I will remind you all that we have the community notes link. We want to document as much as we can from this meeting, the interactions that we have, that is valuable for us as well. So please use the resources that we have for you. And also, the data rescue project is amazing. I highly recommend anyone who wants to join the hackathons they organize. I have been into a couple of those. They're fun as well. So please, it's a community effort. So please, if you're interested in joining. So for our last speaker of the session, we have Anise Williams. She is the Environmental Management Systems Coordinator of the City of West Palm Beach. She's also the co-organizer of Pathways to Open Science as a representative of Black in Marine Science. So please, Anise, we're very happy to have you here. You can start.
Hello, everyone. Are you guys able to see my slides?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Hello again. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. I am so excited to be here. My name is Anise Williams again, and I will be presenting a little bit of research and overall sharing some information about a program, that I'm a co-organizer of, which is called Pathways to Open Science. Just a quick little background about myself. I attended Hampton University. I have my bachelor's in marine and environmental science. I also attended University of Miami, where I received my master's in marine biology and fisheries. These are just a couple pictures of kind of like my journey. I was author of like a children's book about marine science. I also was kind of like an illustrator as well. These are just various pictures. I did some research in Africa. That's with the picture of the camel. Minorities in Marine Environmental Science, that's just a program through the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources, where I also did an internship. And this is just a quick way for me to show just a couple of the experiences I've been able to experience while, being in marine and environmental science. My current job, I am the Environmental Management Systems Coordinator for the City of West Palm Beach. I manage a successful environmental education program that utilizes the ability for our employees to be more aware of their everyday tasks and how that can affect our environment. I also manage our ISO 14001 certification, which allows us to cut costs and review a couple of different things that we do here in the city to make our environment more friendly. So to dive into Pathways to Open Science, it is a remote event series for Black environmental and marine researchers to build a community for the future of data-intensive science. It's a 6-event series. It runs normally from January to February. This is the website if you wanted to get more information. And so this is an ongoing collaboration with OpenScapes. We also collaborate with BIMS, which is Black and Marine Science, and also with BWEAMS, which is Black Women in Ecology, Evolution, and Marine Science. We also partnered with 7 HBCUs, or also known as Historically Black Colleges and Universities. And this picture here is of the leaders. To the far right is Ileana Fenwick, in the middle is Alex Davis, and to the left is myself. So our planning team meetings, we normally work synchronously online on video calls and also asynchronously in collaboration. We also discuss dates and different topics that we would be going over on our different community calls. We tried to contact different faculty at different HBCUs to send out an invitation so that students can participate in our program. We also try to do some research and select a couple guest speakers from different organizations. We've had a speaker from Esri, and she gave a lot of information about GIS. So just broadening the students' horizons on different ways that they can, develop their research or find different ways how they can show their research as well. We also review social media infographics and flyers, which I'll show you in a little bit. And we also use GitHub to assign and track tasks. And in addition, we communicate with each other in Slack. So this is an example of one of our save the date infographics that we could post on Instagram or Facebook or any social media platform so the students can get more information. This is also another example of a save to date post that we've used in the past. This is an example of how our flyer looks. It gives all the detail of the 3 different community calls, the 3 different co-working sessions, who can participate, just a little bit of synopsis of what they're going to kind of learn if they decide to join in our program. These are a couple examples of how our community call flyers look. So for call 1, the topic was, what is open science anyway? Call 2, the topic was building our skills for a better tomorrow. And call 3 was data science is for us, building community through our stories and data science. So during our community calls, we use a Google Doc. And this allows participants to be able to follow along on the agenda and also on the different topics that we're going to be discussing. All the 3 organizers, we are tasked to give a presentation about what our open science journey looks like. So the pictures that I showed earlier in the presentation about about my experiences, I kind of go into more detail about what type of internships I've had, where those internships took place. They were paid internships. I also got paid for them. So just trying to get them more tips and resources of how they can get internships. Guest speakers also discuss their journey as well. They also provide tips and resources as well. We normally try to do an icebreaker. We ask them a question so we can kind of get to know our participants a little bit better. Also on the community call, they're able to do silent journaling, and they're also able to type in their questions directly in the Google Doc while our program is going on. We also have 3 co-working calls, and this is just pretty much like a breakout rooms. This has been very interesting because we asked our participants like what type of room that they want to be in. So listed here are a couple of examples. We have a homework room, so participants are able to just go into that room and work on homework or ask questions with somebody else that may have more experience or knowledge and help them with their homework. There's a quiet room where participants maybe just want to work on something but in silence. There's our studio room, a social room, and then from the community call, most of the time our guest speakers come back. So then sometimes our participants want to ask them more questions as well. And then there's some other topics that for a room that we allow our participants to engage in. These are just 4 other examples of some other infographics or flyers that we've posted on social media as well. The second slide is about Google Slides. Sorry, the second infographic is about Google Slides. The third infographic is about Quattro and our Markdown. And the fourth infographic is about GitHub. So these are just little tips that we can share with our participants and how to be more efficient or other ways how you can do something. After each call, we do have a wrap-up session where we always ask them a question on Mentimeter, shown on the screen. So this question was describe how you feel about starting your open science journey. We give them a few minutes to answer the question, and then after that, maybe some type of discussion. So we ask them a question every time after we wrap up. And then we also try to get a group photo if our participants are comfortable. So that's another example shown here on the slide. And in conclusion, we want to make sure the participants, have a well-rounded experience and enjoy the program. So we do offer them a certificate if you've been on the calls for at least 30 minutes through the 6 different series events. We also, just want to give them an incentive for taking the time out to join us in our program. And then also Zenodo is also linked under the certificate. And Zenodo is also another way for, everyone to have access to the information that we share throughout our program. We also do share a survey link to our participants because we want to get a better understanding of how we can improve or where we can improve to, create a better program each year. This past year was our 3rd year that we've had this event series, and we're looking forward to, continuing it on for next year. So this is just one of the questions that we would ask our participants. And then from there, we would have a meeting and discuss how we can improve our program. So overall, we think our program is a success. We've connected students to diverse researchers and data scientists. We've fostered information shared amongst participants. We built new connections, and the students are excited about learning new data science tools. And this is just my email and my LinkedIn, and that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anis. This was great. It's actually, I really like the work you do in the community. We have a couple of questions from the audience. The first one, both are from anonymous attendees. The first one is, given your experience in both city government and academic research, where do you see the biggest gaps between how environmental data are used in research versus in private, research versus the government? Sorry.
That's a really good question. I have to think about it. Is there any way, well, I know we're going to go to another discussion after, but I'll have to think about it and I'll table it, I guess, for the discussion part. But that's a really good question.
We can probably circle back to it at the end of the in the panel discussion. The second question is, how have mentees used these experiments in their work, in their like own work after the program? Do you have any like information about this?
I do not, but I will definitely write that down and see how we can incorporate that in the future, in our future series. Well, I guess I don't know the exact answer, but I do think since we do have various people that join, various students, actually throughout the whole world, it's not just here in the United States. We've had people from Brazil, Africa that joined in our calls as well. So I think it's just the fact that people are able to connect and learn new things and different things that they didn't know before. And then especially with our co-working sessions where you can go into those different break rooms, and you want to learn about R, you're using R in school or in class, and you have something, and we have a R expert on the call. And during that co-working session, you're able to answer, your issue. So I think just having the ability to connect with people and like forming a community gives them a advantage on learning more, and then, inviting somebody else and broadening their skills.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're good to finish the talks, and we can start with the, if there's no any other question directly for Anis, we can start with the panel. Okay, we're all here now. Let's start this panel discussion. We have a couple of questions that are for all panelists and a couple targeted to specific topics. So the first question, this is an open question for all of you. Someone asked here, where do you see politics showing up in what gets preserved and what doesn't? Anyone want to take on this?
Sure. So I think both Anis and Linda will agree that there's at least three classes of data at risk or data loss. One is due to environmental conditions. So you could have a hurricane hit a data center, and that's lost. There's bit rot, right? So in my talk, I talked a little bit about, if you don't add metadata or you don't put it in a trusted repository, you could lose data that way and nothing has to happen. And then there's the politics type loss, and that's defunding, and that has subclasses. Like you can defund part of a federal government that collects environmental data, and then you would lose the ability to get those data in the system. So before the data actually are data, the natural world that you would observe, those could be lost. And then there's things that we never thought would happen. So in this administration, if I can speak freely, there are things like we will let the satellite burn up in the atmosphere just to get at a certain class of people. So $4 billion satellite that looks at CO2 or the SSMIS, both of those have been targeted by the administration. One, to just turn off the ground station because they say it's a cyber risk because the ground station is old. And the other one is to intentionally deorbit the satellite that has a CO2 sensor on it. If you don't collect CO2 data, then you won't know what the CO2 content in the atmosphere is. That's one way of getting at it. And that's really where I see politics showing up, is in the last two, defunding the people and defunding the platform.
Yeah, that's definitely true for what we've seen across the social data, as I've been using the term, that NCAS, the defunding, the efficiencies that were enacted within those agencies have made it so that data stewards, it's unclear whether or not there's data stewardship there and how much they can steward the data in some cases. And so there's certainly, definitely this year, we have seen politics influencing what gets preserved and what doesn't. Outside of that, I mean, on our own side, it's a political question because we're looking at things that we think are likely targeted. So we went after Department of Education, IML, Institute of Museum and Library Services, those agencies first, because we were concerned that they would be targeted for defunding or being dismantled in some way. And so so that we are making a political statement in some ways by looking at those agencies.
I guess briefly, for me to answer, I know our program can be a little touchy, I guess, because it's supposed to be primarily for, you know, minority individuals in marine environmental science. So I know we've had to kind of change our wording up a little bit in some websites or some of our databases, but for the most part, we're still like preserving as much as we can without it causing a flag to the government.
Thank you. Let's we have another general question for everyone, for all the panelists. It says, some climate and environmental data being open could cause harm to communities on sensitive locations. And how do you balance this with the harm caused from not opening data? Please, anyone who wants to take on this question, and maybe you, Linda, you have probably experience here.
I think Steve or Anis would be better for this one.
Whoever.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things that we see with the care principles, which is I've been at this for a few decades, and it's always like, make your data open, allow it, if it's paid for with federal funds, it should be available to all taxpayers, meaning everybody. And then you get to the care principles, and you get to the rights of indigenous people, where they have their ancestors' remains, burial grounds. You may have ground penetrating radar that's used for geological exploration, and it turns up an indigenous burial ground. Those are examples of data that would cause harm or potential harm if made public, and so you have to balance that. And so I think that the word here is co-production. That you really need to be part of the communities where you're surveying. You don't want to be at arm's length, come in, make a survey, and run out, classic parachute science. And I think that's something that we need to work on as a community, changing and being more flexible about what we mean by having fair and care data. The possibility that some data need to be owned by the people who, it rightfully belongs to. And that would probably mean better data curation all around.
Yeah, I will. From our side, where we have had to deal with this question isn't so much on environmental data; it's restricted access data. And there was an article that went out that was in 404 Media talking about restricted access data and the fact that suddenly we aren't be able to access our information, and so people started calling for researchers to share their restricted access data, and let's back it up. And it was terrifying because that's data that could be actively that has data use agreements around it, has restriction around it for a reason that it could be very harmful if it became public. So we had to do a bit of education and push out some information about what that microdata, what data about individuals, what restricted access data was, that it was data about individuals. And we actually got a couple of people after a few posts about that, people thanking us for trying to help out with that. And I think that's the important thing, is really making sure that in these efforts that we have, that we educate the wider public about what is public data, what is the federal government collecting this information for. I think that it just demonstrated to me how important that part of this is.
Thank you, Linda. Is there anything you want to add, Anis, to the response?
No, I think both of them answered it beautifully.
Thank you. Yes, I think these are great comments. Like Steve and Linda said, probably adopting fair and care principles and also supporting literacy, right? Community literacy and data literacy, and also in our own academic communities as well. We have a specific question for Linda. Someone asked, I'm curious about what options exist for rescuing controlled access data. I guess this is similar to what we were just talking. For example, NCBI was unstable earlier this year, but a lot of the genomics data is controlled access. I guess this touches a little bit on what you were saying, so maybe you can elaborate.
Yeah, and I mean, I think in that example, one of the discussions that's happening is what assistance could be provided by European countries that have, the ability to make mirror or backup or in some way help with those kind of data set or data repositories that might be under fire. There's a group that's funded by Robert Wood Johnson Foundation that's looking at that exact question of research data repositories and kind of how do we provide a stable infrastructure for them in current times. I think that it's a big question that's it's one that has kept me up at nights for 10 months because it's not just NCBI. There's a whole bunch of BLS has basically stopped making its restricted access data accessible except for I think one product. So there's a lot of data like that where it has to have controlled access and only a few institutions have the ability to provide that control. ICPSR is one of them. They can't do that for all the data the government produces. That's too much of a burden on that one institution. So it's a broader conversation and one that is ongoing.
Thank you, Linda. We have another question for Anis and Linda. The question says, it seems that the project or the projects that you both share might be extra rather than part of our regular core job duties. If that's true, how have your employers supported your projects?
Yes, that is true. Me being a co-organizer is extra. Actually, I'm not going to say my employer doesn't support me, but it's during like off hours. So in the evening, we have meetings, or maybe sometimes during lunch, if I have a couple hours like throughout the day, then we have a video call with the other planning team. But majority of the work is done outside of work hours, and it is a little bit extra on my plate, but I have no problem doing it at all.
It's in the earlier days when we were working constantly to try and back up data. Certainly that was extra. I'm a morning person, so I was getting up early and working in the morning, and especially because we have European partners, it was actually helpful to be able to talk to them. My area of expertise though is data and data preservation. It's always been, and so my employer recognizes that I also come to this as a data librarian, and what I'm concerned about and what all of us are concerned about is preservation of access. So that's a core part of our mission as librarians, and therefore that my employer sees a connection to that role as a librarian. It doesn't mean that I'm not working on this in the weekends, but there's a recognition that yes, what you do is what we do as librarians is preserve access to information.
Yes, Steve, you want to also answer the same type of question?
Well, yeah, I think nobody's a professional data rescuer, and so whether it's data skills training, all of these are part or whole passion projects, which is why all three of us work nights and weekends. And it blurs the line between what you're compensated to do. But I think that if your job even, is adjacent to this field, you have to meet the moment. And I think all of us have probably gone back to our management and said, hey, this is important. And there's a certain amount of looking the other way. There's a certain amount of nights and weekends. But those are the hours that are required to meet this moment.
And I do think, I mean, I will say that this is, it's not just me. In this case, there's a lot of people who are volunteering to try and do this kind of work, both for what I do and what the others do. And so I think the thing we have to recognize is this infrastructure cannot be built on volunteer labor. And that's what we've been trying to, somebody said to me, it's such a privilege for you to volunteer. And I'm like, yeah, of course, it's a privilege for me to volunteer, but I can't do this I can't continue doing this forever. And so there has to be that infrastructure for supporting public data, for supporting environmental data, for supporting our researchers needs to be there. It has to be built by someone. We can't continue like this forever.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. It's actually very interesting. And it relates to this next question, which is, again, an interesting question. It says, in an anonymous person asked, how can other initiatives in open science leverage the power of building community? Like each of these talks that we just had, that they all rely on the community. Like if any of you can elaborate on this.
I think I can just a little bit. So we are like a subgroup through OpenScapes. OpenScapes also has a program with NASA. They also have a program with NOAA Fisheries, and they also have different cohorts or like champion sessions, they call them, where they kind of have something similar to what we have, but like NASA, it's going to be with NASA people, and NOAA Fisheries is going to be with NOAA Fisheries. So they have different guest speakers as well. They're also learning from each other, building that community. And I think actually maybe 2 years ago, we all were on a call together. So myself and my other co-organizers for Pathways to Open Science, some people from NASA and some people from NOAA, we were on a call together, like a cohort call, where we were just telling each other about our different programs. So I think just being able to be in some type of room or some type of setting where you can just communicate and collaborate with other people, and that's where you start building your community, and that's where you start sharing and being open, and that's where the whole open science thing really resonates really well with OpenScapes. They're a really great organization as well. So that's what I could probably share.
I think for us, it's been a recognition that we couldn't do it alone, or we couldn't, there's a lot of groups working in data rescue or data integrity questions. And so figuring out a way to give structure or institutionalize, in a sense, that community. So we have regular meeting, we have a Slack channel, we have regular meetings, we have communications that we do. I think the challenge is that we've in February it was pushed by a crisis moment, and that kept going. And so as we get to this, like the new normal, I guess, what I worry about is that those bonds will start to fray, and that's where I think that we can run into challenges where communities are not communicating with each other. So I think it behooves the people who are communicators, the people who are the connectors, to be active in trying to keep those connections going as much as possible, which is a little more work, but I think it's an important work to do. It's not the actual rescue, but it's just as important in some ways as building that community and keeping it going past a critical moment.
I think the intentional community building is going to be the way forward. We are presented, I think all of us are seeing things now Many of the data systems weren't optimal. They were opportunistically built. They were just, and the research communities adapted to what was available. But in this moment of seeming destruction, certainly fear within federal agencies for people who are working directly with data, we have an opportunity by not being nostalgic for what we had to look forward and be creative, to build communities around data like EDGI and the Data Rescue Project, BWEAMS, BIMS. You know, it's time for us all to come together and make the world that we want. And that's always been the case, but I think we're waking up to that fact now. So intentional community building, and as Linda and he said, if we're paying attention and we keep our eye on the ball, there's nothing we can't do. So the darkness around the current moment, I think I have a lot of optimism that we're waking up and there's things that we can do. And the people have always had the power. The librarians are some of the most powerful people in the world. And waking to that power and coming together will be the key to a successful future.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, that was very, very, very well said. I don't see any other questions. I'm gonna wait to see if I receive any new ones. It seems that we don't have any new questions. Thank you again, you all, for coming. This was really, really cool. I'm pretty sure we learned a lot, and we're gonna be looking at all the organization and the effort that you have done. Thank you again.
Thank you.
We're gonna be closing. Yes, thank you. We're gonna be closing our session now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda, Steve, and Anise for another really interesting discussion. So we're actually at the end of our program. We have one more talk, and I'm happy to introduce Keith Webster, the Helen and Henry Posner Jr. Dean of University Libraries at Carnegie Mellon. Hi, Keith.
Hi, Melanie. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me just get my slides up and running. It's perhaps no accident that Fiona Hutton, who opened our symposium this morning, is Scottish, as am I. And the Scottish Enlightenment was built, sorry, my slides are in auto advance. Let me do this way. The Scottish Enlightenment was built on a radical idea that knowledge advances through open exchange, not private possession. Edinburgh and Glasgow became intellectual powerhouses not because they guarded secrets, but because they created spaces, universities, coffee houses, and salons for ideas to collide. Open science is that same pursuit, updated for the digital age. It's fitting that at Carnegie Mellon, this most Scottish of American universities, we gather open access pioneers, AI policy experts, neuroscientists, data rescuers, and environmental advocates in one event and call it a symposium. It's a very CMU combination, high-tech, high-purpose, and maybe just a little bit restless. What a great day this has been, a day of ideas, challenges, and optimism. We've heard from publishers redefining what it means to share knowledge, from researchers probing AI's promise and peril, and from scientists, librarians, and data stewards reminding us that openness isn't a technology, it's a practice of care. This is our 5th symposium on open science. Since 2018, conversations that have evolved from advocacy to infrastructure building, from asking, should we, to how do we do this well? Before I dive into the themes from today, I want to step back and ask, why does open science matter? Not tactically, not just because it accelerates discovery or improves reproducibility, though it does both, but fundamentally, what's at stake? Here's what I've come to believe after more than 25 years working in open access and open science. Science is humanity's most powerful tool for understanding reality. But science doesn't just describe the world, it shapes it. And if science shapes society, then who has results to, or access to the results and models of science determines who gets to shape society. When research is locked behind paywalls, when data is hoarded and research methods are opaque, we're making choices about power. We're deciding that some people get to participate in humanity's collective knowledge-building project and others don't. Open science is fundamentally about democratizing knowledge. It's about recognizing that breakthrough insights can come from unexpected places. And it's about something pragmatic. Science works better when it's open. We saw this during COVID-19 when rapid sharing of genomic data and preprints helped compress the timelines for quests for treatments and for the development of vaccines from many years to a few months. Lives were saved because science was open and we crossed the borders between nations and the boundaries between industry, the academy, and government. We're not alone in recognizing this. The White House declared a year of open science. UNESCO adopted a recommendation on open science that 193 countries endorsed. The momentum is real and building. We've seen novel examples of this today, for example, from Rachel's overview of the Journal of Open Science Software and Meredith's presentation on author-shared outputs. But I still feel that we're in the middle of a messy transformation, and that's where today's conversations set up for an important path forward. Let's start with where we began this morning, with publishing the original technology of openness. I thought about putting in a Gutenberg press, but wanted something that felt a bit more like an AI-type model. It seems impossible to avoid blue backgrounds. We heard from Fiona Hutton, as I mentioned, at eLife, and Ian Hrashkevich at PLOS, Richard Sever from Open Archive. All three represent major and respected voices in the life sciences. eLife and PLOS are prestige publishers by any measure, and they're also amongst the most experimental. And I think that tells us something profound about the journey of the past 15 to 20 years. Openness and prestige are no longer opposites. In the early days, open access was framed as a trade-off. You could be open or you could be prestigious. You could publish open access or you could publish in a top-tier journal. Today, those leading publishers are proving that openness is prestige, but they're also doing it without abandoning rigor. Both PLOS and eLife maintain strong peer review, but they've also identified additional approaches, things like eLife's Publish, Review, Curate model, that treats publication not as the end of the process, but the start of a transparent community conversation. Chris Long also showed the perils and promise of establishing a new journal model, the importance of values-enacted scholarship, and the opportunities of collaborative community review. These all represent a pivot, a world of scarcity and secrecy, to one now of transparency. Authority comes not from being hidden behind closed doors, but from being seen science well in public. And that shift matters deeply to universities. It means that supporting open science is not a side project or an advocacy gesture. It's central to scholarly excellence itself. When major publishers commit to open models, they're not just changing their own practices, they're shifting what counts as legitimate, prestigious, career-advancing scholarship. And that matters enormously for the next generation of researchers. Because, let's be honest, one of the persistent barriers to open science adoption has been career incentives. We tell early career researchers to share their data, publish in open access journals, post preprints. But then we evaluate them for tenure on the basis of where they've published and using metrics that don't necessarily value those contributions? How do we count dataset publications? How do we recognize the labor of creating open source software? How do we reward researchers who spend time making their methods reproducible, their code documented, their workflows transparent? But here's where I'm beginning to see change. Institutions are beginning to grapple seriously with how to value open practices in career advancement. Funding agencies are requiring data management plans. Journals are offering open science badges. We're beginning no longer to ask, should open practices count inside RPT processes, but rather, how do we count them fairly? I've seen that shift especially through the good work of organizations like Helios and now through the MA3 challenge. If we want openness to flourish, we have to build and reward careers that sustain it. Later this morning, we turned to the intersection of AI and open science. It's hard to think of a more significant combination, and one that is causing increasing debate. I'm conscious that some scholars are concerned that open access works may more readily be sucked into AI systems, and for whatever reason, they are opposed to that. Mohammed asked whether generative AI can truly be a friend to openness, or whether opaque training data and black box models threaten the transparency we value. Katie explored how open source ideals collide and coexist with evolving AI policy. Derek reminded us that at CMU, this isn't a theoretical conversation. It's a daily practice of building, coding, and sharing tools. AI, of course, depends on openness, shared data, open code, reproducible workflows, and yet it can easily become the least open system imaginable. A model trained on closed data isn't open, no matter how clever its output. An algorithm we can't interrogate is not a collaborator. So the real question for me isn't whether AI will make science faster. It will. The real question is whether it will make science better, more transparent, equitable, and reproducible. That will depend on us. We, the scientific community, are the ones who decide what open means in an intelligent age. Do we define it as free to use or fair to all? Do we let machines inherit our system of bias or teach them our cultures of care? Perhaps the future of open science will depend less on what AI can do for us, and more on what we can teach AI about us, about trust, provenance, and the shared stewardship of the scholarly record. Took something of a second stage. Steve showed us how open science can rescue endangered climate data with nice pictures of the aurora borealis. Linda described how the Data Rescue Project mobilizes communities to safeguard fragile information. And Anise reminded us that openness and kindness belong together, that kinder science is essential if openness is to endure. These talks reveal that openness is not only about access, it's about responsibility. When funding ends, or a server fails, or a political climate shifts, vital data can vanish. To rescue, preserve, and document that data is maybe an act of resistance, a defense of the public's right to know. And that's where libraries shine. We've always been the stewards of the scholarly record. First print, then digital, now publications, code, and data. At Carnegie Mellon and across the world, libraries are designing and managing repositories, implementing metadata standards, and deploying preservation workflows that make openness sustainable. So as we celebrate innovation, let's also honor the infrastructure of care, the invisible systems and people who make sure that today's discoveries will remain tomorrow's record. Before I turn to what lies ahead, I want to acknowledge one of the most meaningful aspects of this year's symposium. We've intentionally featured early career researchers, not as an afterthought, but as central voices. That's a deliberate strategy. Open science is not only about tools and policies, it's about culture. And culture changes fastest when new generations are inspired to lead. Early career scholars are not waiting for permission to practice openness, They're already doing it. Our challenge as institutions is to make that openness sustainable, to ensure that our systems, our funding, our promotion criteria reward collaboration and sharing, not just individual output. Now, before I finish, let me put on my futurist hat for a moment. Future scholars like Jim Dator remind us that long-term change tends to follow a few recurring archetypes. In any system, we can see things play out through either continued growth, through collapse, through constraint, or through transformation. And let me just play a little game by thinking about how open science might be viewed through these lenses to identify some possible futures. The first would be open by design. This is the continued growth model, where openness continues to expand. It's built into every layer of research, publications, data, software, and increasingly into AI systems. In this world, funders will reward transparency, universities will invest in shared infrastructure, and it's not a radical or transformative model, it's simply how we do science. In the second world, this is the one where things are heading towards almost a collapse. We still speak the language of openness, fair data, open models, public repositories, but underneath, systems are proprietary or exclusionary. The logos say open, but access depends on privilege or on the ability to pay. Openness becomes a compliance rather than a conviction. A third future is much more transformative, where AI is woven into the scientific process. Think of this as radically networked science. Machines and humans co-create knowledge continuously across the globe. The challenge isn't about whether data are open, it's almost whether our values can keep pace. How do we preserve integrity, equity, and meaning when discovery is constant? And then there's a fourth future. This is the collapse when I got my logos back to front, my apologies. Imagine a period of economic strain and institutional retrenchment, where public trust in universities and science is on the decline, where public funding of research is scaled back. In this world, research will see tightened funding. Libraries and universities will have to scale back support for open access, increasingly for open science platforms and infrastructure. And then you can imagine that playing out such that publishers will face their own pressures. They will lobby for longer embargo periods, higher open access fees, and openness truly will become the privilege of the very few well-funded institutions. In this model, globally, the divide widens. Researchers in the Global South, already burdened by high article processing charges, fall further behind. Even public universities in the West, in the US and the UK, for sure, find themselves priced out of full participation. What was once celebrated as democratization begins to look like exclusion. It's a sobering possibility, but today it doesn't feel like an unavoidable one. All four scenarios remind us that openness must be continuously prioritized, supported, and defended. Every repository, every data rescue effort, every policy that protects public access is a deliberate act of preservation. So as we look ahead, perhaps the essential work of open science is alignment. Alignment between human values and intelligent systems, between innovation and inclusion, between today's discoveries and tomorrow's memory. That's the task ahead of us, and it's work worthy of this tremendous community and of the spirit of discovery that defines the open science community. The conversations we've had today about publishing, AI, data preservation, career progression are all important. We're not just building tools or developing policies, we're building towards a future. And which future we reach will depend upon the choices we make. the infrastructure we fund, the values we defend, and the community we sustain. So thank you to everyone who spoke today, to everyone who helped make today possible, and to everyone everywhere who makes open science not just an aspiration, but a reality. Melanie, back to you.
Thank you, Keith. I'll echo Keith's comments, thanking our speakers today, and just had wonderful conversations. And I know personally I'm left feeling inspired and hopeful, and in this dark moment we're in, that feels especially meaningful. So thank you to all the speakers, all of my co-organizers. A special thank you to Tom Hughes and Kristen Scotty, who are making this run on the back end. It is surprisingly complicated on the back end of Zoom in a webinar, so a huge hats off to them. And thank you to everyone for joining us today, and hope to cross paths with you again soon. So just a couple of reminders, we are recording all of our talks today, so I will send you an email when we have those posted. The community notes are a document that you can return to access those links. I will be sending a survey out for your feedback. We really appreciate any feedback you might provide. This is our 5th Open Science Symposium, and hopefully not our last. And then finally, if you would like to learn about future events that we're hosting, probably the easiest way to do that is to subscribe to our Open at CMU newsletter, and the URL for that is linked in the community notes. So with that, thank you again so much.